Well, good morning and welcome to the Brown Eye Cricket Academy. Such a pleasant picture is in front of my eyes as I see men in white. They're out there to represent Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica in this first match of the West Indies Cricket Board Championship, Cricket West Indies Championship. And at this point in time, the TNT guys, they're just having their first official photo, and they will be followed by the Jamaican. News from pitch side is that the Jamaicans have won the toss. They've decided to bat first. Let me say a very good morning to Visham Lalman.
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to all the viewers as well. I guess it's an exciting day of cricket that awaits us here at the Brown Eye Cricket Academy.
I think what is even more exciting is the fact that you're seeing cricket. 2 years, cricketers have struggled. They have applied their trade in bubbles. They've really tried to get in some action, and those fortunate to be on the West Indies team, they have seen more action than the others. But at this point in time, it's really great to see them out there and to see regional cricket. Kudos to the West Indies Cricket Board and the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for the work that they have done to get cricket going in a pandemic. CWI, together with the ECB, they were the front runners, Visham, in terms of getting cricket on by staging that series in England, and I think that was the blueprint for cricket around the world.
Yes, definitely so, and kudos must be offered to the English Cricket Board and the West Indies Cricket Board as well for doing that, and that has paved the way for all of these cricket committees around the globe to get cricket back on the way.
Yeah, and today, just to let you know, we have Trinidad and Tobago against the Jamaica Scorpions at the Brown Eye Cricket Academy. And then the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are battling the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. And that match is also on the Cricket West Indies platform that you can enjoy. And we are hoping to get two wonderful games in both countries.
Yes, and this moment the umpires, they're out in the middle as well. And they are ready to go.
Yeah, so they're just waiting on the official signal that will come from the match referee. The Jamaicans are having their photo taken as well. And just to quickly run through the two teams, the TNT Red Force, their squad, that is Imran Khan, the captain, Caripe, Joshua De Silva, the vice-captain, Terence Hines, Jeremy Solozano, Anderson Phillip, Keegan Simmons, Jayden Seals, Jid Gully, Isaiah Raja, Jason Mohammed, Kirsten Kalicharan, Yannick Karaya, Brian Charles, and Shannon Gabriel. The Scorpions, John Campbell at the top. He's the captain. Brad Barnes, Jermaine Blackwood, Gordon Bryan, Nicholas Gordon, Derval Green, Patrick Harty, Leroy Logg, Kirk McKenzie, Jamie Merchant, Markino Mindley, Romaine Morris, Paul Palmer, Alwyn Williams, and Orane Williams. So we're hoping to really see the future. Just announcing the team, both teams, the future is on display this morning.
Yes, very much so, and a lot of new faces on both teams from what we have seen in the past from both the Red Force team and the Jamaica Scorpions.
And in terms of titles, the Jamaicans, they have won 11 regional first-class titles, starting way back in 1969, when you were just 10 years old, Visham, 1988, 1989, 1992, 2000, 2002, 2005, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012. So they would have won for 5 successive years from 2008 to 2012. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they have won the title on the 5 occasions, 1970 and 71. We remember that with Joey Carew, 1976, 1985 under Ranjin Anand, and the 2005 with Darren Ganga at the helm. So it's going to be John Campbell to take the strike, and he's going to face Shannon Gabriel. Gabriel, the West Indies fast bowler, looking to get back into the thick of things. He has been working his way back into favor, so to speak. And he has been, he's one of the hardest workers, I'm told, always at the National Cricket Center. And he's there every day. I was told that when they were looking to change the color of the National Cricket Centre, they went to him for advice as well, as that has become his home. Jayden Seals is right next to him, and it's going to be Gabriel to take up the attack from the Gasparilla end. That's the media centre end. It's also the northern end of this lovely facility that is in top shape after the World Cup. And that's the legacy of staging a World Cup in the Caribbean. I paid a visit to the National Cricket Centre earlier this week, and you can see that was also spruced up, and that was just used as a practice facility. So here we go. Shannon Gabriel, 85 on his back. And that's a good delivery. It comes back into Campbell. He's equal to the task, just playing it back along the track. And there is no run. It seems to be a flat deck. No tinge of green, although it's the one. And the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has been known for producing runs.
Yes, and in the past we've seen a lot of runs scored at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So winning the toss and choosing to bat first here, the Jamaica Scorpions, they really want to set up this game with a big total here in the first innings.
It's Gabriel again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Excellent delivery to the left-hander. And that one just shaped away from him. This is what you want early on. You want to get the deliveries angling across the left-hander with 3 slips in attendance and the wicket-keeper.
Well, the previous delivery, or the first delivery of the game, came back into Campbell, that one moving away. And immediately what you can see as well is Shannon Gabriel, of course, it's a new ball. He's extracting some bounce from the wicket. He's hitting a nice hard length, and you want to keep that up.
Yes, Gabriel again. Good start so far. And just as I said that, it's the commentator's curse. That delivery very wide. And just carrying along, the silver takes it in front of a second slip. And there is no run. So the Jamaicans are yet to start.
Yes, that one moving away there from Shannon Gabriel. You'd be better off lining that one about the fourth stump. Just to give you a look at the field. 3 slips under gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a wide fine leg. John Campbell looking captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, looking to get things off here for them.
So it's going to be Gabriel again, a big man bounding in. This time closer to Campbell. It's testing out whether Campbell is ready to be fleet-footed. And he was equal to the task, getting the bat and pad close together, using that right leg and coming down the track, pushing it to mid-off. Jason Mohammed is there, the veteran Jason Mohammed.
John Campbell just coming forward on that occasion there now. Shannon Gabriel, want to make that new ball talk early on. John Campbell, 15 test matches for the West Indies. 640 runs at an average of 23.7.
Yeah, and in the last season, 2020, he actually scored 491 runs. He was the second highest run scorer for the Scorpions. And that came at 32.73 with 200s and a half century. De Silva, the man who held that ball there, was just ahead of him at 507 for Trinidad and Tobago at an average of 50.70, 350s and 100, and that would have gone a long way into getting him into the West Indies team.
Yes, definitely so. Joshua De Silva, the last couple of years, he has been nothing short of impressive with the bat and with the gloves, hence his inclusion in the West Indies test team.
Gabriel. That's a good delivery. So we've seen nearly everything in this first over.
Yeah.
We saw a beautiful delivery just shape past the outside edge. We've seen the Yorker. We've seen a very wide delivery.
Yes.
So it's the end of the over. The end of the first over. Your thoughts, Vishal?
Yeah, well, it's a mixed bag there. The first over from Shannon Gabriel, just testing the waters out there in the middle. And John Campbell must feel comfortable that he had a couple deliveries on the bat. And what we are going to see now is Leroy Logg. He's going to be taking up strike. He's going to be facing up West Indian speedster, another West Indian speedster, a man who has, we were speaking about Joshua De Silva and how he has been impressive. But this man, Jayden Seals, he has done some good work for West Indies cricket, playing the Under-19 World Cup, coming into the West Indies Test team, and of course playing some franchise cricket across the globe as well. The Lanka Premier League, he had a very good season there for them, a good tournament, sorry. And now he's coming into the 4-day setup for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Exciting times ahead for the young man Jayden Seals. And speaking about the West Indies, at the moment they are batting 80 for 5, chasing 238 for victory across there in Ahmedabad, India.
So the West Indies bowlers, after doing excellent work to restrict the Indians to 237 for 9, the batting again just not showing up. This is a delivery outside the off stump from Jayden Seals, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. That man Shamar Brooks, again showing that he belongs at that level. He's on 17 not out, and holding the team together. Brandon King, 18, Shea Hope 27. Again, these two youngsters showing that they normally do the good work, get starts, and just can't carry on. And Darren Bravo continues to struggle. He got 1. Nicholas Puran 9. Jason Holder, for once failing, he got 2. Akil Hussain is in, and it's 80 for 5. So not good signs for the West Indies in India at the moment. Here's Seals outside the off stump, and that's allowed to go by. Some early movement there for Jayden Seals, but he needs to come a little closer to the right-hander.
Yes, Jayden Seals. He's going to be moving the ball away from the right-handed Log. It's the first time I'm seeing Log in action here, and Jamaica Scorpions opted for a new opening partner for John Campbell this season. Of course, we spoke about the new faces in these teams.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery. And had that been a bit closer to Log, he would have struggled with that. It actually took off and it moved away very sharply, taken by De Silva. So good early signs from the young man Seals.
Yes, and he has an excellent partner on the other end, Shannon Gabriel, who is going to mentor him. I'm sure he's someone that he looks up to, Jayden Seals.
Again, another booming delivery outside the off stump, swinging away, but too wide to interest a Log. And that goes through to wicketkeeper De Silva. So he just needs to look at the lines that he's employing at the moment, but definite movement.
Yes, good line and length thus far. He's just getting into his rhythm here, Jayden Seals. Leroy Logg, born in Kingston, played 6 youth ODIs for the West Indies, and he scored 92 runs in those at an average of 15.33. But here he is, first-class cricket.
So all over the shop on that occasion, and that's 4 byes. De Silva would not be happy that will be recorded against him. And they're off and running. Jamaica, they're 4 without loss.
Yes, that would have been a difficult take there for Joshua De Silva to execute. And Jayden Seals, he'd be unhappy with that delivery, string down the leg side, and it went with the angle as well. Just kept going away from Joshua De Silva. The fine leg fielder down there had no chance as well. Leroy Logg just retaking his guard. Trinidad and Tobago flag and the Jamaica Scorpions flag just to the left of us.
It's a good appeal there from Seals. So Seals has been around the shop a bit. That one probably going down the leg side, and it's the end of the over. So at the end of it, 4 without loss after 2.
So good start by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, being asked to bowl first here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and a return of regional cricket after some 2 years in Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica Scorpions, they're up against Shannon Gabriel and Jayden Seals, 2 of the West Indies premier fast bowlers, one being a youth and a senior bowler here now, Shannon Gabriel, coming back from injury. And he'd want to use this 4-day tournament as an opportunity to perform and get back into that West Indies team, that West Indies test team. Imran Khan just getting things right here, the captain, ensuring that his fielders are in place. Delivery there, just carrying into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. A nice line there from Shannon Gabriel, a nice line and length, just above that off stump.
So it's going to be Gabriel to continue from the northern end. This is a quick single taken there by Campbell, and the Seals actually slipped while he ran in, looking to hit those 3 sticks, but he was probably seeing 3 others because it went very wide, and Campbell is off and running. But you're seeing here from Shannon Gabriel, Visham, his willingness to pitch the ball up, look to exploit that early movement.
Yes, and that's what he needs to do, Shannon Gabriel. Want to make full use of that new ball, get it up there, get it moving. And this is a new challenge here now for Leroy Lugg. He's going to have his first look of Shannon Gabriel. I'll be interested to see how Shannon Gabriel fancies against the right-hander. He gets the ball to come back into the right-handers, as we know it.
So the 3 slips just waiting, Gully, for that pitched up delivery. So Lugg is going to face Gabriel for the very first time. Gabriel starting to generate some pace as well. It's a lovely morning here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. Gabriel. This time he pitches up, and Lugg was pushing at that with that left leg nowhere close to that delivery, and this is what Gabriel wants to achieve. He wants to get that outside edge. Immediately, Skipper Khan is speaking to him, probably encouraging him to continue along that length.
Yes, and that's what pitching the ball up would do. It would only tempt Leroy Lugg, and that it did on that occasion.
Kenny's outside the off stump, just on about a 4th stump, a shade of movement away from Lugg, and Leroy is moving sluggish like a log this morning. That delivery past the outside edge, and again, no footworks from the young man.
Well, on 2 occasions there, after playing those expansive drives outside the off stump, but attempting to play those shots, is practicing the leaves, and he is not implementing that.
Every batsman always rehearses the proper shot after playing a naughty one. I want to say good morning to all joining us on this production for Cricket West Indies. Down the leg side, that's going to be 4 byes. In fact, let's wait on the umpire. Yes, 4 byes, not 4 wides. So Gabriel just straying down the leg side for the very first time this morning. And I don't think Joshua De Silva will be sitting close to Gabriel or Jayden Seals at the lunch table today.
Yes, and we saw that from Jayden Seals in the previous over as well. And now Shannon Gabriel committing one of the cardinal sins here now, Vinod. That's not good for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're just giving up 3 runs here for the Jamaica Scorpions early on. So 4 runs coming out down the legs. Well, 8 runs, coming down the leg side byes.
And you could see Gabriel at the end of that walking back to his mark, just running through his action again. He was actually falling away, and that helped push the ball down the leg side. He was basically chest on when he delivered. So there's these little technicalities that he'll want to work through early in his spell here this morning. Gabriel. And this is a quick single down the ground. So that's back to regular scheduling, back to regular program. Just on and about the off stump, which is where he operates best. And it's the end of an over. A good over, I will still say, from Shannon Gabriel.
Yes, despite that one going down the leg side, it was an excellent over. He had Log driving expansively outside the off stump, beating him out there. And that last delivery as well was a solid one, but Log was equal to the task and being able to attain a run. But what we've seen as well from that over was John Campbell and Leroy Log attempting to put pressure on the fielders.
Which is good, in the absence of the boundaries, you would see the batsmen looking to get the singles, which is something that is too non-existent in West Indies cricket. Even at the higher level, the ability to rotate strike. So it's going to be Jayden Seals from the southern end. And that's a good delivery. It cuts back into him. Loud appeal for leg before. And that, from our vantage point, what could have probably saved him there could have been height. But I tell you, that looked pretty adjacent. And Log lives to fight another day. A good delivery on that occasion. Just coming back into him. So Seals is already creating some anxious moments here for the Jamaicans. Outside the off stump, this one goes the other way. So he's really giving Log a workout out there. That one was just back of a length, moving away from the right-hander. The previous delivery came back, nearly cut him in half. So you're seeing all sorts of variety from the young man. He's enjoying that hard new cherry that he has at his disposal at the moment, running in from the southern end. So spectators are allowed to come in and take in this match. Of course, the Brana cricket facility here they're allowing 50% capacity. This is a good delivery. It's in the air, and the first wicket has fallen. A brilliant delivery there by the young man. Sees it was back of a length. It was moving away from Log. He fended at it. He pushed at it. It took the shoulder of the bat, and it just lobbed to Jason Shadow Mohammed down at backward point. And he took an easy catch to get rid of Log. Log's innings, which was one that I don't think he would enjoy. He leaves the arena now, looks very, very disappointed. He's also looking at that bat. He looked at the shoulder of it, but anyone early in the innings, even late in your innings, getting a delivery to just pitch back of a length and move away, it is going to create problems. Jermaine Blackwood, the very senior West Indies batsman, comes in now, and he will be looking to play a long innings for Jamaica. The first wicket has fallen with the score at 10, and Blackwood will be looking to get a long knock in. The West Indies team has so many test matches to play this year. He would want to add some runs under his belt here, leading into the international play for him. 3 test matches coming up against the English just in a matter of weeks' time. And Blackwood will want to remember the season that he had in 2020 when he scored 768 runs for the Scorpions. He had 106 half centuries. So that is something that will play on his mind. It will also play on the mind of the Trinidadians, because they would know that Jermaine Blackwood is a man who normally dominates at the regional level. You go back to 2017 and he scored 578 runs with a high score of 96 at an average of 32.11 with 4 half centuries. So Blackwood is no stranger, but I don't think he would have wanted to be in there this early with Seals in such mode. Here's Jayden Seals down the leg side, so he gets a bit of a sighter. Flags, the Trinidad and Tobago flag and the Scorpions flag fluttering in the wind on the eastern side of the ground. And fans in Trinidad and Tobago, I saw a couple of them already starting to come in. It's all about missing cricket. Recently, we did stream the trial match for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and fans were showing up to the trial game. No fans were allowed into the venue at Gilbert Park, but they were ringing the venue across by the wire fence, just looking on in the midday sun at some cricket. So Seals is continuing to be impressive. Blackwood gets off the firing line. Score is 11 for 1. And no demons in the pitch. It's just really good bowling by Seals and Shannon Gabriel. They will want to be a little more consistent though, but they're now warming into their work. Skipper Imran Khan will be very happy with the work that has been done so far by his opening bowlers. Here's Seals. That's a good delivery. Just outside the off stump. So the West Indian senior pros are out there at the moment. Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood. It's the end of the over. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. going on down in Australia with the departure of Justin Langer. Here is Gabriel, and this is down the leg side. Again, just spraying it a bit. Gabriel has to be careful here. He don't want to misuse the new cherry. So he has been a bit up and down, so to speak. Sees at the other end has been on target. Soon you will see Anderson Phillip. And I think that I definitely think that's a historical moment for Trinidad and Tobago in regional cricket. Gabriel looking to put the Raiders right. That's a good delivery and pushing out, looking to drive a delivery that was not over pitched, and it caused some anxious moments there. Skipper Khan working on the ball. I'm looking at this track, and there seems to be a lot of runs in it. Jamaica winning the toss and batting first with the hope that this track will play slower and lower as the match progresses. But history tells you that this track on the second day somehow is good for batting. He edges and it's dropped. Gabriel will not be happy. That was pitched up, and Jermaine Blackwood, who would never die wondering, he got a pitched up delivery. He was looking to drive that through the covers. It took a healthy edge and went down to third man, and it has been dropped at third man, and now it seems to be Raja, is it? And they're calling on the physio. He seems to have done some damage to his hands there, Raja. In the trying to take that catch, it peeled off the edge at a tremendous speed. And it, in fact, all Raja could have done was to put his hands up. He just changed the direction of the ball. It sped into the boundary for 4. And the pace at which that came, I think, was something that was special to see. That ball kept going and going and going straight down into the white side screen at the southern end. And I think if the side screen was not there, it would have reached in Golconda. That's the pace of that one. So Gabriel is disappointed. He's not going down at the other end to check on his mate. And Raja is going to come off the field. Unlucky. Normally, a good pair of hands is Isaiah Raja. And Gabriel is telling him something as he's leaving. I don't think Gabriel is not happy. He turns away. I think young Raja would sit at the other end of the table during lunch. The young man. Let's hope that he does not do too much he did not do too much damage to that hand, that left hand. He's looking at the fingers. Ironically, he replaced Jeremy Solozano in the final 11 because Solozano got a finger injury. So let's see. Good old Shannon Gabriel. He'll just have to wipe his brow. Think about all the wild meat he normally consumes in the southeastern parts of Trinidad, and that'll make him happy as he continues to bowl from the northern end. Fast bowling could be a very hard job and unrewarding at times. You don't want to drop Jermaine Blackwood. He can make you pay. Gabriel, let's see his response. Good delivery just outside the off stump, and this time Blackwood just playing within his means, allowing it to go by, probably remembering what had transpired the previous delivery. So the boundaries here at the Brown Cricket Academy has been sent back after the Under 19 World Cup. The boundaries were brought in for the Under 19 World Cup. It has now been sent back, right back. It's a sizable venue here, the Brown Cricket Academy. Normally from the press box, the action seems so far. The only other venue I would have witnessed this at is in Abu Dhabi, where I remember during the West Indies versus Pakistan test match, you could have hardly seen what was going on. This time it's a delivery that he leans into and flicks it away. It's going to be pulled back just short of the mid-wicket boundary, and they are going to take 3. Good running between the sticks. 2 good runners out there in Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood. So that's the end of an over that Gabriel would like to forget. The score at the end of it is 15 for 1. Our statistician, he's telling me that I was quite right in saying that this is the first time 3 West Indian fast bowlers are in operation for Trinidad and Tobago in a regional first-class match. He did mention to me, though, that back in the 90s, Trinidad and Tobago had Bishop and Gray and Eugene Antwine, who was at the time on the West Indies A team, but not on the test team. So this is a remarkable achievement here for Trinidad and Tobago. It tells me another thing. It tells me just how good the work of Kelvin Williams is. Kelvin Williams is the fast bowling coach at the National Cricket Centre, and he has worked extensively with these young men in refining their skills at the National Cricket Centre. I remember back in the day when the Indians were not producing many good fast bowlers, they brought Dennis Lee and started the MRF Pace Foundation, and now you see what is happening in India. So you have players like Anderson Phillip, Jayden Seals, one of our very own who is in the press box here with us, Ronnie Bikram Das, would have had some work with Seals and Phillip at the central zone here in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's really good to see these young guys coming through the system and representing Trinidad and Tobago. Anil Lakan as well would have had a hand with Shannon Gabriel. So it's good to see the fast bowlers coming through from Trinidad and Tobago. We're normally known here in this country for producing top-class spinners. And now we're producing, in addition to Gray and Bishop, some more top-class fast bowlers. Good delivery outside the off-stump, and just coming back after passing the batsman. And Campbell. For the future of West Indies cricket, you want to see Blackwood and Campbell occupy the crease and bat until tomorrow. As a Trinidadian, you'll want to see them bat until the next few minutes. But this is West Indies cricket we are speaking about. I'm looking at that track, and that track seems pregnant with runs. Let's see if Seals can show a difference. Outside the off stump, and again, picking up the line early is Campbell. Has this exaggerated way of allowing the ball to go by. We're hearing chatter already in the main stand at the Brown Cricket Academy, which is just to our right. This is where normally the fans will gather. Seals down the leg side. A lovely stop there by Josh De Silva. credit to him, lovely footwork on that occasion. He never tried to dive. What he did was skip across and was effective on that occasion. Well, Rudy's reminding me that Craig McDermott was here in 2010, doing some work as well with Kelvin Williams. Prior to him, I remember Andy Roberts doing some work in Trinidad. Wes Hall back in the day did work in Trinidad as well. Curtly Ambrose. This is a delivery just outside the off stump. Much better, closer to the left-hander. And it's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, and you can see the Trinidad and Tobago flag and the Jamaica Scorpions flag to the left of us there, just to the right of the scoreboard. And wind is just taking its effect here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And Anderson Phillip, he comes into the attack now to replace Shannon Gabriel. And speaking about those three fast bowlers, Phillip, Seals and Gabriel. Phillip coming in to do his work here now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Imran Khan, the captain, just marshalling his troops and making the necessary field changes. He's brought, of course, that mid-wicket fielder, Yannick Karaya, into that cover region. So there's 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, and a wideish mid-on. Fine leg as well. This one wide outside the off stump from Phillip. And Blackwood, you know, he's going to be disgusted missing out on that. Blackwood is someone, despite this being a 4-day game, despite this being the longer version of the game, he is someone who is going to look to take the attack to the bowlers. He's not going to settle. But of late, he's developed into a very balanced and composed cricketer, Jermaine Blackwood. He scored runs for the West Indies team in Test cricket of late. Here is Phillip. This one again, just coming back into Blackwood there. And should have been on the front foot there, Jermaine Blackwood. That one keeping a bit low. Seems to be a spot out there, just outside the off stump. Blackwood is still doing some gardening there now. And this is good to see from John Campbell as well. I'm going up to have a word with Jermaine Blackwood. And that would only make Anderson Phillip, that will heighten his interest in bowling to Jermaine Blackwood. Time delivery just outside the off stump. That's an excellent delivery there from Anderson Phillip. A good follow-up delivery. Just leaving Jermaine Blackwood on that occasion. Was forward. And it's hot out there. You can see John Campbell just getting that perspiration out of his helmet. It's very hot out there. Trinidad and Tobago today. It's 30 degrees at the moment. 21 for 1, the Jamaica Scorpions. John Campbell, he's on 1. Blackwood on 11. It's time looking to play that one forward of point there. He's rehearsing the leave now. And I'm sure Campbell, although he's out there, he's taking a walk up And he's telling Blackwood, I'm sure, that he should have been leaving that one outside the off stump. You don't want to hang your bat out there. Local parlance, they'll call that fishing. It's a good start here by Anderson Phillip. Very impressive this first over. 2 deliveries remaining. Time full and looking to drive that one. And a bit uppish there. Luckily for him, that was wide of Anderson Phillip. And at the moment, the West Indies and Ahmedabad, they are 123 for 6. Shamar Brooks, he was dismissed by Deepak Hooda, who picked up his first international wicket for India for 44. And the not-out batsman, Akhil Hussain, he's on 11. And Fabian Allen, he is on 1. So can the West Indies get a victory to square that series? Have to wait and see. But at the moment, we are at the Brown Cricket Academy, witnessing the first round of the West Indies Championship. This one wide outside the off stump from Anderson Phillip. No shot played, and that completes the over. The score 21 for 1, the Jamaica Scorpions. And John Campbell is there on 1, and Jermaine Blackwood on 11. Remember, the last wicket to fall was that of Leroy Logg, right-handed opening batsman. He was playing his first game for the Jamaica Scorpions in first-class cricket. He was dismissed by Jayden Seals for 1. He was caught by Jason Mohammed. And that wicket fell with the score on 10. So the partnership at this time just around 11. And it's going to be Jayden Seals who's going to be continuing from the far end, the southern end here at the Brown Cricket Academy, the ever so picturesque venue here in South Trinidad. Remember, Jamaica won the toss. This one pulled away there by John Campbell. It was on the legs, on the hips, I would say, from Jayden Seals. A bit short, down the leg side. So Campbell doing the right thing. And not looking to overhit that one. There's a wide fine leg fielder in Jason Mohammed down there. So he ran around to his right. And he was able to clean up. So 2 runs to Campbell. He moves on to 3. Jayden Seals now, he's just altering his trajectory now. He's gonna come around the wicket, Jayden Seals, changing up the angle a bit. He's gonna be angling the ball into John Campbell now. This one, and coming back into John Campbell, as you rightfully said, and stifled the appeal for leg before. That was certainly gonna miss the leg stump. Jermaine Blackwood just negotiating what was another mid-pitch conference. So this tells me that both batsmen, they are very cautious here now against these 2 bowlers, Jayden Seals and Anderson Phillip. They would need to be watchful. Their tails are up here, these 2 speedsters, these 2 Trinidad and Tobago youth sportsmen, that I'm sure everyone would be proud of. This one just wide and moving away. So some seam movement from Jayden Seals. It's moving both ways. I can see Jermaine Blackwood just stretching. And these 2 bowlers really doing some good work here. Of course, Shannon Gabriel, he was unfortunate earlier on. And he could have had the wicket of Jermaine Blackwood very early. That was in the 4th ball of the 5th over. He was dropped. He was driving expansively, Jermaine Blackwood, and he was dropped by Isaiah Raja at 3rd slip. Here is Seals. Swan shot in the air. And that will drop just in no man's land there. So John Campbell looking to take advantage of that short ball and put it away. And just over the head of Imran Khan there at square leg. Lucky there, John Campbell. He was not in control of that shot. It was a short delivery from Jayden Seals. It rushed John Campbell. And again, Jermaine Blackwood just coming to have a word with John Campbell, and you can see that Campbell there is demonstrating to him that the ball is getting some extra bounce off the wicket. So a good period of play here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm sure the coach and the captain would be happy with what they are seeing out there in the middle. It's time looking to pull that one away. Again, that was outside the off stump. You would have been better off playing that into the offside or back down the ground. You can see Jayden Seals having a word with John Campbell. So it's an obvious ploy here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team to pitch those deliveries short and into the body of John Campbell. You can see that fielder out there, Imran Shaki Khan, who is 3/4 way inside the boundary. Here is Seals again. This one tail again, driven down to mid-on. And a good quick single attained there by John Campbell. We've seen that from Log and him. Now we are seeing it from both him and Jermaine Blackwood, looking to put pressure on the fielders. That's what they would need to do, the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen, with the start that the Red Force team has gotten thus far. Blackwood and Campbell would need to just rebuild, so to speak. 26 for 1, the Jamaica Scorpions at the end of the 8th over. And Seals, he has bowled some 4 overs, 1 for 9. In that, he has bowled 1 maiden as well. And just speaking about the coaches of the two teams, the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Mr. David Furlong, 63 years of age. And Mr. Andre Kohli, not Virat Kohli, Andre Kohli, the Jamaica Scorpions. He was appointed the head coach position of the Jamaica Scorpions back in September 2019. And Mr. David Furlong for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He's played 13 first-class matches for Trinidad and Tobago. He's a different role here now, the coach. This is his first-class tournament as the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Listen, Phillip. So Campbell just having a look at the wicket. 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, short, mid-on, and a fine leg, very wide. Here's Phillip from the northern end. Time driving in the air! And dropped, it seems. Yes, so Seals look very disappointed there. He thought that he should have taken that one. And Campbell living a very dangerous life here. Just need to weather the storm here now, John Campbell. He's been there for a while. Yes, he's on 6. He's a senior man. He's the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions team. He'd want to set the tone. When you win the toss and you choose to bat in these matches, you want to take full advantage of it. Loud appeal there for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. He's not interested. Campbell was going across the line of that delivery. That's a poor choice of shot there from John Campbell. Jayden Seals just having a word with Anderson Phillip. So they are bowling in partnership, and that is what the coach would want to see. Here's Phillip again. This time a delivery that's just coming back in. And a stare from Phillip to Campbell. So yes, just bowling in a good partnership here. Both Phillip and Seals. Building up the pressure, but it's a 4-day contest, and these batsmen would want to bat for long periods. And the Brown Cricket Academy normally tends to get a lot of runs out of these tracks. That's providing that the batsmen really make use of them. And this one just outside the off stump, and left alone into the gloves of Joshua De Silva by John Campbell. So very lush green outfield here at the Brown Cricket Academy. Just, of course, some fans are allowed into the ground today to view what may very well be an exciting match. And, of course, here's Philip again. This time looking to drive that one. And keeping a bit low. So we've seen that from Philip, and we've seen that from that end of the wicket as well. That completes the over. 26 for 1, the Jamaica Scorpions. And Philip was yet to concede a run. 2 overs he has bowled. So yes, some fans being allowed into the stands to witness this game. Of course, the return of regional cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. It's contest between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions, sorry. And the next game that's taking place at the Queen's Park Oval, it's the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles being renamed for this, the franchise being renamed for this 4-day tournament. This being the Cricket West Indies Championship. It's a great feeling to have regional cricket back in Trinidad and Tobago. You could have heard this one just outside the off stump from Seals, back of a length, and Jermaine Blackwood looking to play it into the offside, so he's having some problems out there. Jermaine Blackwood negotiating those short and wide deliveries. He's missed out on quite a number of occasions. Yes, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Azim Bassarat, spoke this morning at the ground, welcoming back cricket, well, regional cricket, back to Trinidad and Tobago, and more so the Brown Cricket Academy. Of course, this is the venue where we were here back in 2019 when regional cricket was halted. That delivery back of a length there from Jayden. So he's hitting the deck hard. He's hitting the bat of Jermaine Blackwood and John Campbell very hard as well. That only sends good energy into the team. And they want to keep up this start. What they would want is consistency here. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm driving again, but finding that fielder at mid-off. Seems to be Anderson Phillip down there. So we are seeing the 3 seamers. They are Jayden Seals, he's coming in, and at mid-on you can see Shannon Gabriel positioned. At the moment on your screen you're seeing Anderson Phillip. He's doing some work on the ball. He's there at mid-off. So they would only be sending good messages to Jayden Seals there. That would do his confidence a world of good, apart from what he's done already. Here he is, this one short and wide, moving away. That's not gonna do anything for him. He'd want to be making Jermaine Blackwood play at those deliveries. He'd be better off pitching the ball up. We're into the 10th over of the innings. 26 for 1. Remember the Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss and elected to bat first. What looks to be a very good track for batting. Have to wait and see. Here's Seals again from the far end. This one just pitching, it's angling in and just moving away. You can see a good seam position as well from Jayden Seals, number 33. Jayden Seals coming off of an excellent Lanka Premier League for the Jaffna Kings. At one point in that tournament, he was the leading wicket taker. Of course, his team winning that tournament. So a lot of great things from this youngster in the recent past. This time down the leg side. Just worked away nicely there by Jermaine Blackwood. Not making contact. Well, actually, it's a leg by. So a single to the Jamaica Scorpions. That completes the over. The score 27 for 1. Anderson Phillip. So Seals would not be impressed with that last delivery. Just straying down the leg side a bit. So that last over from Jayden Seals, he was a bit all over the shop. Some short and wide deliveries. It's down the leg side at one point. So let's see how Anderson Phillip fancies against Jermaine Blackwood. This time of delivery, excellent delivery there. Just edging that one away to Golly. He was not in control there, Jermaine Blackwood. So he's a bit uncomfortable. 27 for 1. Blue skies above us. Of course, we are blessed with fine weather this morning for this contest. Time of delivery coming back in, just back of a length there from Anderson Phillip. It's worked away nicely on the onside there by Jermaine Blackwood. He'll pick up 3. Will he look for 4? He'll settle on 3, Jermaine Blackwood. So he moves up by 3 on to 15. The score 30 for 1 now, the Jamaica Scorpions. So it's a rebuilding phase after the first wicket of Leroy Lugg. And that's the first runs off the bat for Anderson Phillip as well. So it was a good delivery though. Just testing Jermaine Blackwood. Just a field change. Imran Khan coming into that cover position now for John Campbell. Wow, that's an excellent delivery there from Anderson Phillip. Just moving away. Bringing Campbell forward. And that ball moving off the seam there. So we're witnessing some excellent bowling from the 3 West Indian seamers. Turns here, Philippi runs in now. A delivery driven away by John Campbell to that backward point fielder, no run. So 30 for 1. It's into the 11th over. Philippi's into his 3rd. So we may very well see a bowling change from the far end. We'll have to wait and see. Jayden Seals down there at mid-off. 3 slips and a gully in position. Time wide outside the off stump. Campbell just leaving that one alone. Wants nothing to do with that. Being the senior campaigner that he is, needs to show his maturity. There's a lot of youngsters in the Jamaican Scorpions lineup. And he'd want to transcend a good message to these youngsters as to what is required at this level. beyond this level is international cricket, and these guys on show would only want to perform well and work their way up into the international level. That completes the over, the 11th one. Jamaica Scorpions, after winning the toss and batting first, they are 30 for 1, and at this time we are going to see the drinks coming onto the field. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Welcome back as we continue coverage of this match. This CWI Regional 4-day clash. After 1 hour, the Jamaican Scorpions are 30 for 1. Too early to say who's on top. But I think Trinidad and Tobago would have had the better of the exchanges in that opening hour. That catch, had it been taken by a young Raja of the bowling of the fast bowler Shannon Gabriel, I think that would have made a huge difference. But Blackwood is still there. He has lived to fight another day. We're going to see spin as I welcome Anil Lakan. Anil, we're going to see spin this morning for the first time on a very dry track. We'll talk about the track a little later. But it's a short and he's back and pulling it down behind square. Just a loosener there by young Brian Charles.
Well, Brian Charles has been in really tremendous form during the trial games, to say the least. And as expected, if the surface is as dry as it is, definitely I'm expecting the ball to be gripping from a very early stage of this game.
Yeah, apparently not enough water was administered to the track leading up to the game. You know, when you have a big game like this, preparation starts about a week before. This is paddle swept around the corner, and Campbell would enjoy that boundary. And the look of this track is you can see it is devoid of water, devoid of moisture, which means that the Jamaicans have done the right thing by winning the toss and batting first.
Well, the objective of the Jamaican Scorpions definitely, would be to really set the tone by batting possibly 5 sessions of this game and really setting up this game going forward.
And this is why it's so important to hold your catches short. So Charles, and after an hour's play, Charles is in already into the attack, and that should tell you something, Anil.
Well, definitely Imran Khan will want to get himself and Brian Charles wheeling away on a track that's definitely going to be providing some grip and tune as the game progresses.
I want to say good morning to the entire crew. I want to say good morning to recently elected manager of the South Zonal Council under 19 team. He's in the press box with us, and that's John Chady. I want to say good morning to him. Probably looking on to see where his young players would reach. Similar with you, Anil. You have been hosting these camps at no cost to parents. I know you're a well-off guy, but I still tip my hat to you.
Yes, Vinod, as you know, it's important to continue to develop the game at the grassroots level. And that's one of the pillars that, the entire region, hoping that will gravitate towards in the near future.
So I think it's going to be hard work for the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers on this track. There was really nothing there for the fast bowlers, but take nothing away from young Jayden Seals. Really bowled well this morning. Gabriel as well. Gabriel was unlucky. And it's going to be Anderson Phillip from the northern end. Phillip, Gabriel, and Seals. A potent fast bowling attack.
Very potent. Very, very potent. Given the conditions, I must admit that Anderson Phillip has been really, really impressive. On any given day, he would have possibly have had 2 scalps already because, he's really getting the ball to zip off the pitch, both ways off the seam.
So he's right on spot here with this delivery. And it's keeping both batsmen honest. The Jamaicans, though, they are experienced, Campbell and Blackwood. When you look at this batting lineup for the Scorpions, that's the experience out there. The experience is Campbell and Blackwood.
So both Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood really would want to set the tone for the rest of the batting to follow Vinod. And on this occasion, just taking the bottom hand off the bat, driving to that mid-off position. It just seems on the odd occasion, that there is an area there where the ball is just popping a bit.
Well, it's dry, and there are already cracks on the track. I can see it, Anil. Could you see it, Anil? Well, I paid that's a beautiful delivery. Just back off a length, probably a bit too short, moving away from the right hander. But on close inspection this morning, cracks are already appearing on this track. So it makes first innings so important.
It does, because as the game progresses, the track is only going to get lower and slower. And with the cracks opening up as early as the first day, the spinners are really going to, be enjoying it.
Well, I want to say, I said this morning at the start of this match that, the Trinidad and Tobago team, this is a lovely shot, just off the back foot, punching it through the covers. Again, too short, and the nature of the track, it's not fast. Blackwood has enough time to get up on his toes and drive off the back foot. I said this morning that it was such a pleasure to see cricket and men looking resplendent in white, and the TNT Red Force of course out there. It's a happy day for cricket. It's even a happier day when I see my very good friend, member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, former comptroller of customs in Trinidad and Tobago, Amar Samaru. He's in my presence. He hasn't been in and around cricket for a while. He has still done his duties for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, but it's wonderful to see him here this morning. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel that probably this world is slowly fighting back against the COVID-19.
Definitely fighting back with all its vigor. I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Samaru.
Very dear friend, and of course a member. I don't know if you knew this, Anna, but he's also a member of Cricket 360. Would have commentated as well. This time it's just driven away through the covers, runs here, over pitch delivery, and it deserved the treatment it got.
So excellent cover drive from Jermaine Blackwood on this occasion, but it's a half volley that has been presented by Anderson Phillip, and Jermaine Blackwood, being the quality player that he is, he needed no second invitation in caressing that ball between that cover and extra cover, and it races away on this really beautiful Brian Lara Cricket Academy outfield.
Yeah, the outfield is really good. You look out there and they've kept it in top conditions. You may see some parched areas, but that was because of the World Cup advertising, and those areas would have been covered, and this is why you're seeing that.
So would you say, it's a traditional Brian Lara Cricket Academy strip?
I wouldn't say it's a traditional Brian Lara Academy strip. In the recent past, we have started to see some tinge of green. This is a loud appeal for leg before going down the leg side, though. And Campbell, the mere fact it was going down the leg side would have initiated that shot from John Campbell. I don't think it's a typical Brian Lara track. I'll tell you why. In recent times, we've seen strips here with something in it for the bowlers in the first two sessions, a session and a half. This is really too dry, and that's the problem. Campbell is sweeping here outside the off stump. You're struck. Charles still asks the question. What's your thoughts on the track?
I would have liked to see a tinge of grass on the surface. Definitely on the first day of this game, Vinod. I would have liked to see a really nice layering of grass on the pitch.
Charles is hitting his areas now, and this could be interesting.
Well, in the last two trial games that Brian Charles was involved in, he had a six wicket haul as well as a 5-wicket haul. And this one is driven past the ball, and it goes into that long on position for 4. Excellent shot from John Campbell on this occasion. Over pitch delivery from Brian Charles, and he really climbed into that.
That delivery over pitched, and it deserved the treatment. Not trying to overhit it, and he was able to just get it into the gap. And this is why this partnership is so crucial to the Scorpions. Trinidad and Tobago needs to break this partnership, or else these two could really bat deep on this track. It's a good track for batting.
And not only bat deep, but they have the potential to take the game away from you as well by scoring very, very quickly.
Charles, something of a stock bowler in my opinion. Imran Khan, out of the spin twins, he's the one who normally gets the wicket. Charles builds the pressure. They work well in tandem.
And skipper Imran Khan, will definitely want Brian Charles to really be, wheeling away at these guys and putting on that pressure, that will result in dot balls. And he will, when he has the opportunity to bring himself on, he will use that attacking option with his leg spinners and googlies.
Well, normally Charles gets first bite of the cherry, and then you would see Imran coming after. Trinidad and Tobago going into this encounter with 3 fast bowlers and seeing what they saw here this morning could be a bit disheartening.
I don't want to say it's disheartening. It's going to be really tough work for these guys, and especially the seamers. Bowling on a pitch that is not very responsive to fast bowling.
Very good delivery, just on fourth stump, just tailing back a bit, but Blackwood was equal to the task, and there is no run.
So it's not a pitch, that you're going to be blasting batters out on the surface.
And definitely not. It's about being patient. It's about doing the basics right and consistently doing the basics.
Well, I think one of the important things would be, from the management point of view, the execution of the team plans in respect to each batters. Because I'm sure the analyst would have done his homework in really engaging the players and the coaches in regards to the strengths and weaknesses of these two batters.
That's the advantage that you have in today's cricket, with the analysts being involved. Some players, I was told recently that some players just don't like to sit with the analysts, and some players spend the entire day with the analysts.
And what do you make of that, Vinod?
I think, yes, while the analyst is important and can add so much, could help you with your game, could also provide valuable information about the opposition. I think when it comes to yourself and the way you go about your work, you don't want to be too over analytical. I think that's the problem with some of these players. They realize that they don't want to be too over analytical and overthink things that simple basic cricket could bring results as well.
Well, one of the important things is for each individual to be their best coach, because they would know themselves better than anyone else.
That's a good point. For the sake of West Indies cricket, you want to see guys like Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood put a price on their wicket and fight. Play a long innings. This match is perfectly set up for the duo. They're in there very early. Campbell, of course, opening, and Log not doing so well at the top of the order. It brought Jermaine Blackwood in at 3. So it's perfectly set up for them.
From a West Indies perspective, I'm sure Coach Phil Simmons and company will be looking forward to guys like Jermaine Blackwood spending a lot of time out in the middle, considering that it's a 3-test series that's going to be taking place between the English and the West Indies in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, the score goes on to 47 with that single. Campbell is on 15, Blackwood 22. And this is Phillips' fifth over, none for 11. So he has been tidy, which is normally the case with him. So it's the end of the over. At the end of the over, we take a short break. We'll be right back.
So it's going to be Brian Charles. And John Campbell sweeps again to that short square leg, fine leg position. Jason Mohammed does the cleaning up and it results in a single. So the score moves on to 48 for 1. John Campbell moves on to 16. And I must admit, Vinod, that Brian Charles has not been at his best at this point in time. And he's going to be bowling to Jermaine Blackwood.
Well, that was strange. Kicking that one away on that occasion, there was Blackwood, and then he attempted to take a single, and then he realized that I can't get a single with this. I offered no stroke, and just a momentary lapse from him. But if he gets going here today, it'll be a pleasure for the fans who have shown up on the northwestern stand. He's that type of player, as you saw there. Short delivery, he was looking to play that down through the vacant mid-wicket region, and he must be very disappointed that he didn't really get hold of it. The score with that single moves on to 49 for 1. Campbell on 15, Blackwood 23. I want to say good morning to the professor himself, Ronnie Bikram Das. I'm trying to pull him away from his technical duties and get him on air. So after lunch, that should happen. Charles, right on spot. And what you're seeing from Charles here, this is Brian Charles. He's going to plug away. He's going to keep on plugging away.
Yeah, and that is what skipper Imran Khan would be expecting of him. Really plugging an end and attack from the other end, Vinod. So once Brian Charles starts to really get into his work in terms of creating pressure and dot balls, then skipper Imran Khan could possibly have a more aggressive feel and attack from the other end. And it will be good for that to happen when bowling in tandem with the other from the other end.
Yeah, that's the ideal thing. You have one bowler keeping the pressure up, creating that pressure situation, and the other bowler, the other end, attacking. You know, it reminds me so much of Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose in operation, when Walsh created so much pressure. Misfield at backward point, that brings up the half century. It's now 50 for 1. Blackwood goes to 24, and that was a misfield by Yannick Karaya down at backward point. point. So Walsh created so much pressure, and it was Ambrose at the other end attacking, and they were very, very successful. Walsh, of course, the highest wicket taker for the West Indies, because he then at times would have been the one attacking whilst others created pressure. So you always have that sort of arrangement that works. Here's Philip. A quick single as Campbell pushes away on the offside.
And I'm sure Anderson Phillip would not be a happy camper, to say the least, Vinod, because on the previous occasion, Yannick Correa was guilty of giving away that single. So instead of Anderson Phillip working his plans towards one batter with the rotation of the strike, that he has to change into plan B, bowling at the left-hander.
And yeah, so it's more than just a different batsman. It's the left hand, right hand combination that he has to contend with now. Philip. And this one tails back in. It's pushing half forward.
And it's really great to see Anderson Phillip back out in the middle of it, because he has been so unlucky in the recent past. When he went to Pakistan, tour was called off, he didn't play. Then on his return, unfortunately, he had a bout of COVID, that restricted him from also participating in the English series. So it's really great to see this young man who has an abundance of talent really going out there and showing his skill sets.
And it's good to see that he has not been affected badly. There's a beautiful delivery, and inside edge is what saved him there on that occasion. That was an in-swinging Yorker, and it took the inside edge, crashed onto the pad of Jermaine Blackwood, and that could have been the end of the West Indies right-hander.
On another occasion, Anderson Phillip would have rocked that off stump out of the ground, Vinod.
So Blackwood, on the West Indies Test team, he's of course he's the vice captain, and he's one of the more consistent batsmen on that Test side. But did you know, Anil, that he actually started his career as a frontline off spinner, playing for the West Indies at the 2009 World Cup in New Zealand? He went on that tour as an off spinner. The score goes on now to 51 for the loss of 1. He went on that tour as an off spinner, and that occasion, Jason Holder was the leading bowler for the West Indies at that World Cup. When the West Indies team left the Caribbean, they were given no chance of making it into the playoff stages. Well, the playoff for the cup, not the plate. And it's the first time fellas fight for a cup more fiercely than a plate. You will fight for the plate, but I'll take a drink with it from the cup. I'll get back to that story. Let's and again, just keeping it tight there was Philip. I want to thank you, Anil, but before you go, he started his career as an off spinner. Jason Holder then became the leading wicket taker in a tournament that the West Indies team was given no chance. Even members of the board at that point in time, they were not staying in communication with the management of the team. The team was actually managed by Omar Khan. I was on that tour to New Zealand, so I knew what was going on. You had guys like Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, Jermaine Blackwood in the ranks. Yannick Correa, Yannick Otley from Trinidad, he was also there. And Creary from Jamaica was actually the captain. Omar Khan decided to give these players an incentive out of his own allowance for that tour as the manager. He kept the unit tight. And John Campbell was also on that team. That team reached the semi-finals and just lost to Pakistan by a couple runs.
What an interesting story. And it just goes to show, Vinod, that management plays an integral part in the cohesion of any unit.
I'll tell you something further that you will think even more interesting. Let's look at Brian Charles. This time deep in his crease. So the score remains 52 for 1. John Campbell, who's batting at the moment, he was on that tour, as I told you. On a couple occasions, he was a bit tardy in getting down to the lobby. So members of the team were normally waiting on John Campbell, which aggravated the manager. And I was there to see the manager speak to him, and he told him, young man, this is an opportunity for you to go to impress at this level, to get into the Jamaican senior team. And then from there, you can get into the West Indies test team. And it happened to him. But that attitude has to change. You have to be a little more disciplined. And I'm willing to look behind all that and continue to work with you, as this is a noodle away around the corner. The quick single taken there, Blackwood looking to see if he could have gotten 2. Takes 1. That takes the score to 53 for 1. Remember, Jamaica winning the toss and batting first. And he told him, look, I'm willing to forget your tardiness on this tour, and I will work with you. That was on the morning of the 3rd place playoff against Sri Lanka. He said, if you score 100 today, we can forget your tardiness, and I will work with you so that it does not come back into your play. John Campbell scored 121. West Indies came 3rd.
Well, it's testimony of, the impact of having a manager who has the ability to manage his players. And that's an integral part of being a manager, right? Management of your players is an integral part of your responsibility. And that's the difference between, most of the times, success and I wouldn't say failure, but not getting the desired results. Because if you are players who are not buying into what is taking place in terms of management, okay, you will have guys pulling away from the cohesiveness that you want to create within the realm of the team.
Very good point. I want to thank you, Anil, for being with us for the last session. You've asked me more questions than my mother during that session. And I want to welcome Visham Lalman as we continue the action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's very hot out there. I feel it for the cameraman who is now at Cow Corner. And someone has probably whispered to him that Cow Corner is a place you don't want to be. He has now picked up his very long lens and he's beating a hasty retreat a little squarer to mid-wicket. And a man who is very familiar with Cow Corner as a bowler, Visham Lalman, comes in to the commentary position. Good morning, Visham, again.
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to all the viewers.
So Gabriel is back for a second spell, a second burst. Starts well on the 4th stump and has a little word with Campbell. Gabriel, Campbell and Blackwood, regular members of the West Indies test team. So they should all be using this opportunity here to advance their cause as England come a-calling. And I was looking at that England team last night. After the work that was put down on that England team by Rudy and Ronnie's country, Australia, they've made 8 changes to the personnel for that test series. Have you seen that?
Yes.
This is whipped away around the corner, and the Blackwood is starting to look a bit too comfortable for Trinidad and Tobago. The score goes on by 1 to 54 for 1.
Yes, Vinod, I've seen that James Anderson and Stuart Broad, they have been left out, as well as Hazib Hamid, Sam Billings, Joss Butler, and Dawid Malan.
So I think the West Indies will have a very good chance of regaining that Wisden trophy. And the 3 test matches, one will be played in Antigua, one in Grenada, and one in Barbados, which is an excellent move by Cricket West Indies to award these 3 countries the test matches. They are the 3 top tourist destinations in the Caribbean: Grenada, and Antigua, and of course Barbados, as this is a very wide delivery. You know, we were speaking about man management, and I see in our commentary box here the newly appointed manager of South Zonal Council on the 19 team that will go into battle very soon in the Trinidad Cricket Board, the Price Club Trinidad Cricket Board under 19 interzone tournament. And his name is John Chady of Innovative Construction Company Limited, one of the biggest and upcoming construction firms here in Trinidad and Tobago. And, you know, I think the first thing John may well tell his players is how to construct an innings. What do you think, Vishal?
Well, that could very well be his first mode of action, Vinod. But congratulations to him on being appointed the manager.
Yeah, I think his first lecture to his openers will be he wants a concrete start. The score at the moment is 55 for 1. And Gabriel in his second burst. We've had in the 19th over of the morning. So it's 18 minutes to you guys' happiest period, which is the lunch period. You will see the van pulling up. This time he cuts and uppercuts down to the boundary for 4. So what he did right on that occasion was go hard at it. You don't go halfway, you go all the way.
Yes, that one rising there from Shannon Gabriel at pace as well. And John Campbell doing the right thing and picking up a boundary there for the Jamaica Scorpions. A welcome one, 59 for 1. And it was a very good shot. He mentioned that he waited on it and then he went full force. And that was what was important. So John Campbell, he is the set man. Both him and Jermaine Blackwood, they want a big total. Big scores from both these senior campaigners, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, so it's 59 for 1 with that boundary. 21 to John Campbell. Blackwood has batted well for his 27. And the funny thing is that if you look at the southern end of the sprawling facility here, you have about 5,000 seats. One of those seats is occupied. And that ball went right there. So Campbell is signaling to the spectator he appreciates his attendance at today's play. Here is Gabriel. Fended away down to a long leg. Gabriel has been a mixed bag today.
Yes, he has been, and he has been a bit unlucky as well after having Jermaine Blackwood dropped by Isaiah Raja at third slip. That previous delivery, though, I think it was part of a plan by Shannon Gabriel. He had initially sent back that mid-wicket fielder closer to the boundary, but it was a poorly lined delivery.
So England making 8 changes to that squad that's coming to the Caribbean. I think the West Indies really stand a good chance of putting a good beating on England. I'll tell you something. A statement was made by Sir Andrew Strauss, who is interim director of cricket at the ECB. He just did not come out and expand on what he was saying. But if you're following cricket, you would know where he's getting at. He said this is the right time to blood youngsters. I'm getting the impression that he thinks that coming to the Caribbean will be easy. I want to remind Sir Strauss that the last time England came to the Caribbean, they were thoroughly beaten in the Test series. In fact, they were on the brink of being whitewashed until Mark Wood turned the game around in St. Lucia and England won that match, but West Indies won the series. It's going to be difficult to defeat the West Indies here in the Caribbean. That's a tough unit that is being built up, that Test unit, under the captaincy of Craig Brathwaite, and of course with top all-rounder Jason Holder in the ranks.
So it would take some time to rebuild the West Indies team. And of course, Karen Pollard, the captain of the limited overs team, said that as well. Just for the fans to be patient.
So that's big turn on that occasion, but kicked away, so they can't run.
Gary P on the field as a substitute fielder today. Brian Charles, he has been extracting a lot of spin from the wicket, but he's not been the Brian Charles that we've come to know him to be this morning. Don't want to let these two guys settle in the middle now. They have a start, 23 to Campbell, 29 to Blackwood. And when these guys get a go, they tend to go big. So you want to make a breakthrough here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, before the luncheon interval with 13 minutes or so to go.
You've seen Carey Pear at first slip. He's the 12th man in this game. He has replaced Isaiah Raja, who had a finger injury. Trying to take a catch at slip. So I think the Jamaicans have fought back well and they're in a nice position now. They would definitely enjoy the position they're in at the moment.
Yes, definitely. So two senior men out there in the middle, and these are the two recognized batsmen that they would want to step up, and they really want a good start from them. Thus far, they've had that. Leroy Logg, though, he missed out. He didn't look the part, though, Leroy Logg, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he was severely tested, though, by two very good bowlers in Shannon Gabriel, to be fair to Leroy Logg. Shannon Gabriel and Jayden Seas really gave him a bit of a walkover. But looking at him, he was a bit tentative during his innings. He was not looking to get in line. He was playing away from that front foot on numerous occasions. And it was a brute of a delivery that sent him back. But he could have gone back even prior to that.
Yes, so when you are coming up to fast bowlers like Sir Shannon Gabriel and Jayden Seals, yes, Jayden Seals is young, but he has a wealth of talent. And when you are coming up against these guys, you want to be at the top of your game. You need to be. Unfortunately for Logg, he had to miss out his first class game for Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah. So Logg was felled early in the innings, and he had to go back. Then Blackwood was dropped by Raja at third slip off the bowling of Gabriel. Since then, he has settled nicely for his 30.
John Campbell was dropped as well off the bowling of Anderson Phillip by Jayden Seals at mid-off.
So Trinidad and Tobago has not been that good on in the field. This one jacks back sharply, short of a length.
I think with the bounce that Shannon Gabriel is extracting from the wicket, we could very well see a short leg fielder coming into play very soon. Maybe it's something for Imran Khan to think about.
I think leading up to the lunch period, he may have tried to put a little extra pressure, but I think the pitch has dictated the attitude of the captain at this point in time, and it's a more relaxed feel.
Yeah.
He's still employing those two slips and a gully. Here's the big man Gabriel from Rio Claro, is it in South Trinidad?
Warwell to be exact. Robert Village.
Do you work tongue and country?
No, but I am from that end of Trinidad and Tobago, so I would be aware of where he's from, Vinod.
And I'm going to stretch on end. That's really the end of Trinidad. It's very, very far in the southeastern district. At the end of this over, I will be it'll give me great pleasure to to introduce to the commentary position my good friend Amar, who will take us to lunch. And not at a restaurant. He will take us to lunch in this game.
Yes.
The score is 64-1. Gabriel from the end of Trinidad, according to Visham. That was a quick delivery, but again too wide to interest Campbell, and Blackwood will be looking to just close up shop. And there's people over the stands to see when the lunch van is pulling up. You don't want to play a rash shot at this point in time.
Well, I think at this time the lunch van may have already pulled up. It's 9 minutes away from the luncheon interval. Yes, but Campbell and Blackwood want to take their time here now. Be watchful. And be very cautious leading up to the lunch break.
Gabriel hitting the turf hard on that occasion, not getting the response that he would want, but just trying to shake things up a bit, see if he can create that opportunity for Trinidad before lunch.
Yes, and what better bowler to go to now than Shannon Gabriel, but he's been a bit inconsistent this morning, to say the least, and with Blackwood and Campbell leading a fight back for the Scorpions. At the moment, Udine Smith and Alzari Joseph leading a fight back for the West Indians in Ahmedabad. 191 for 8, chasing 238.
Well, that guy, Udine Smith, seems to do nothing wrong. He can't do anything wrong. He's on 24 of 19 balls with a 4 on his regulation sixes. He has 2 sixes. And just to bring you up to date, it's a situation where the West Indies youngsters are fighting back. They need 46 of 33 balls. And just to run through the scorecard for the West Indies, they're chasing 238. Sherhope got 27, Brandon King 18, Darren Bravo 1, Shamar Brooks 44 of 64 balls with 2 sixes and 2 fours. Nicholas Puran, the captain today, he got 9. Jason Holder 2. Akil Hussain, I always said that he was an all-rounder. He's showing that. He has a first-class century for Trinidad and Tobago. He got 34 of 52. Fabian Allen, another all-rounder, 13. Odin Smith is on 24. He's an all-rounder. And Alzari Joseph, who has 92 in a test match, he is on 6 not out. It's 192 for 8. And Kemar Roach, imagine that, is batting at 11. That's a strong batting lineup. You know, someone recently told me something. A very good friend of mine, Dennis Latif. He said, West Indies should consider sending the bowlers first to bat. We're seeing that. But what we are seeing is the fighting ability. They're not rolling over. Good delivery by Gabriel. Changing up the angle. And that one crashes into the pad of Campbell. Gabriel is asking him how he's having a little conversation with him. Probably asking him how he likes South Trinidad.
Well, Campbell has been at the center of some heated exchanges with both Seals and Gabriel, and he has since then done well. That has seemed to have fueled him to go further into this innings.
Well, I want to thank you, Visham, for being with us, and to just take us to lunch will be Amar Samaru, as we just have a couple minutes to the lunch break. Good morning, Amar. Such a pleasure to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Mamchan. A pleasure to see you, and good morning to all the viewers. I must say it's a pleasure to do duties with Mr. Vinod Mamchan, a professional consummate who has blazed a trail internationally, so much so that he has been recently recognized by the government of the United States of America for his outstanding and meritorious contribution to cricket and to the development of cricket in the Americas, including the West Indies. So congratulations to you, Mr. Mamchan.
I want to thank you for your kind words here, Amar. And yes, it was a really humbling experience to receive that. As we all do our part for cricket, it's going to be Brian Charles just before the lunch break, pushed up to mid-off. there is no run. Good fight back, Amar, from the Jamaicans.
Very good fight back. The latest score being 65 for 1 in the first session of play, with, Campbell on 25 and Blackwood on 31 not out. For the morning so far, we have had 21 overs. I think it's a good fight back. It's a 4-day game, so the important thing is for the batsmen or the batters to keep their wickets intact.
Well, I think Imran Khan will be aware that he's way behind the over rate. That, of course, a factor leading to that is Trinidad and Tobago playing 3 fast bowlers. At lunchtime, you want to be close to even around 30 overs for the session. So we may have to be doing some overtime today, given what we are seeing out there at the moment. As you said before, only 21 overs have been bowled. So we're just about 4 minutes to lunch. Gabriel is operating on one end, and Charles normally gets through his overs quickly. Don't be surprised here, Amar, if Imran Khan throws the ball to Jason Mohammed before lunch. He's the man with the golden arm.
I think that he may introduce himself.
Mm-hmm.
Skipper would introduce himself.
That's another option. He's the highest wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago in regional cricket.
Yes.
So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to get that breakthrough before lunch. Ran Charles, the last 4-day regional tournament, he took 17 wickets at an average of 29.17. Best match figures of 7 for 145, and an best innings effort of 5 for 87. So his overs come to an end. It seems as if Gabriel is walking towards the stump, so he may well continue. There's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes,
at the last, just before the tournament was called off, as you would know, because of COVID-19, they were in second position on 94.6 points. That's in 2020. And the Barbados Pride, they won the tournament because at that stage they were 134.8. The Scorpions, they were just below Trinidad and Tobago on 91.8.
Yes, sir. Very correct information. And Barbados Pride, that team was declared as the winner of the West Indies 4-day competition in 2020. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was declared as the runner-up in the 2020 regional 4-day competition.
Well, but Trinidad and Tobago winning 5 titles overall, Jamaica winning 11. Trinidad and Tobago will want to improve on that. The last time they won the title was way back in 2006. That's a very good delivery by Gabriel. It was too good for Blackwood. Also, De Silva could not have brought that down. It took the bat and went over his head. I think De Silva on a ladder could not have gotten that, and it's into the boundary for 4. That came out of nowhere. That was an effort ball there, Amar.
Yeah, very good, very good. Fastball rising. It was not that short. It just kicked up onto the batter, who decided to push his bat forward, and it's edged, an edge over the wicketkeeper head down to the boundary for 4.
So Blackwood moves on now to 37. In 2020, Blackwood was the leading run scorer for Jamaica with 768 runs at an average of 52.2 and a best of 248.
Outstanding,
So
simply outstanding.
So
He would like to keep his wicket there and go to lunch and come back and continue to score. Because as you said earlier on, that these players need to address the West Indies selector for this upcoming tour by England.
This time he guides it and is dropped. Shannon Gabriel continues to be very unlucky. And I tell you, he's probably wondering what is going on with him today. That catch went to gully. It was bobbled by Kari Pear. One of the best fielders in Trinidad and Tobago. and he just couldn't take the catch. Earlier on, Isaiah Raja dropped Blackwood off the bowling of Gabriel as well at third slip. So Gabriel continues to be luckless here, Amar. That was the breakthrough Trinidad and Tobago were looking for.
Definitely. And as we always say, catches win matches.
Well, I can tell you something. He is definitely not happy, the big man. He has bowled his heart out this morning for Trinidad and Tobago with nothing to show. And Blackwood, he has given him tremendous problems.
Yes, sir. He continues with his 6th over for 21 runs. No wickets. Very unlucky. But Mr. Mamchan, I want to go back to a conversation you had earlier on, concerning the videos, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And
the analysis.
And my opinion is that cricket now, has a lot to do with technology.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be an integral part, in the planning and the coaching, whatever, in a team's preparation. So I think you raise a very important point there. With
there's
the
always a
technology.
debate. Yeah, there's always a debate of the overuse of technology and whether or not it kills the natural flair of the player. Here's Gabriel. That's another good delivery. And it rises on Blackwood, who plays it behind square. Gabriel has really been unlucky this morning at Jamaica, finding themselves in a very good position leading up to lunch. They are 73 for 1. And Blackwood, who has now moved on to 39. Well, the game is over, I'm told by Amar, as the West Indies, they've lost. They have been bowled out for 193. In no time, Washington Sundar was able to get rid of Odin Smith, and then we saw Kemar Roach being dismissed. So the West Indies team losing to India. They've lost the series, but not today's effort, I think, should be applauded by the team. They really fought back well after easily losing the first game. They played well, and although they lost, it is something that they can take heart from, especially the bowlers, who did well with the ball and with the bat. Campbell pushes this one away. That's one more.
And the scores goes up to 74 for 1. This appears to be the final over.
So Odin Smith dismissed by Washington Sundar for 24, and Krishna getting Kemar Roach without scoring. Alzari remains on 7 not out, and the West Indies losing the ODI to India. It is India's 1001st ODI, and India taking the series, but the West Indies, they're looking to fight back. They're looking to be competitive. You don't just turn up one day and beat the world. First, you must become competitive. And we're looking forward to see what this team can do in getting competitive. Outside the off stump, just too short, and this time pushed away on the offside. The West Indies losing the game by 44 runs, and India taking the series. Well, at the Brandar Cricket Academy, we have reached the lunchtime phase of this game. On day number 1, the Scorpions winning the toss and batting against Trinidad and Tobago. They are 74 for 1 with John Campbell on 35 not out, and with him is Jermaine Blackwood, who is on 38. In fact, Campbell is on 25 and Blackwood is on 38. I want to thank you, Amar, as we take a short break.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well. Normally, when two set batsmen are going and they take a break, it could break their concentration. Whatever was served at lunch, probably John Campbell enjoyed it and wants to go back for some more. First delivery after lunch, he gifts his wickets. That's the only way I can explain that. He gifted his wicket and Jamaica 75 for 2.
And I'm thinking that Campbell did not finish his lunch. He left some and he wanted to go back and finish. So, yeah, John Campbell, he has to walk back. First ball after the lunch on interval, looking to drive a ball that held its line through the offside. And in the end, it ballooned to that fielder at mid-wicket. So, yeah, Campbell has to go back.
Well. It was Imran Khan in the action there, taking that catch. And he goes. Paul Palmer is the new batsman. And Jamaica losing a wicket immediately after the break, and that will put Trinidad and Tobago. That will start the afternoon well. It should bring them right back into the contest. 75 for 2. Brian Charles striking immediately. So it's going to be chance to continue. He's going to bowl to Paul Palmer. Palmer has experience as well, and he will need to stay there with Jermaine Blackwood and look to advance the cause of the Jamaica Scorpion.
As Paul Palmer had been quite impressive in the 2020 season. He scored 432 runs, a high score of 116 not out at an average of 43.2. He has since then been awarded the opportunity to play for the West Indies A team. So he is a good batsman for the Jamaica Scorpions. You don't want to let him get going. You don't want to let him settle early on in his innings. He's someone similar to the style of Shane Mosley from Barbados.
So it's going to be Charles to continue. 17 wickets for Trinidad and Tobago in the last regional tournament. 4-day tournament, that is. And he has taken another one.
Yes, and to be fair to him, did not have the best of starts this morning. And now coming in first ball after lunch, picking up a wicket, that will do his confidence a world of good.
So Palmer will be looking to partner Blackwood for quite a long while. Blackwood this morning was very unlucky. Was very lucky. And the unlucky man was Shannon Gabriel.
Yes, Shannon Gabriel, 2 catches put down off his bowling prior to the lunch interval, and overall of 4 catches being put down by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And if you add that, if those catches were held, it could have easily been 74 for 6.
Well, he's from your neck of the woods, and you said that he's from the end of Trinidad. That's down Rio Claro.
Well, I don't know why you guys always refer to that side of Trinidad and Tobago as Rio Claro.
Is it Warwell?
It's Warwell, yes.
Yes,
Robert
Warwell.
Village.
Robert Village. And all of Robert Village will be very proud of Shannon Gabriel. Anderson Phillip is going to take up the attack now from the northern end. And Gabriel was very unlucky this morning with those drop catches. And he bowled a brute of a delivery that took off and went for 4 over the keeper's head. And that again, Blackwood was the batsman on strike. It's going to be Anderson Phillip. Let's have a look. That's a good delivery. Just outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. Silva gets a knock on his shin. So Gabriel has been unlucky. And you're a Wawel man as well. You're from that area. And given your experiences in cricket, I thought guys in your area normally born with their luck, because you have been playing for Robert Village for quite a few years. You have never gotten into double figures, and they continue to pick you.
Well, I don't know where you got that information from, Vinod, but I actually play for George Village.
So it's going to be Phillip, hoping that his luck is different. This one a bit too straight. Man with a very energetic approach.
That one just a straightish delivery there from Philip, and it was worked along nicely there onto the onside by Blackwood. But yes, at this moment we are seeing some smoke just blowing across the Branlara Cricket Academy. Some bushfires to the left of us.
And you can actually, it seems to be a big one, because even in the com box, you can feel that, you can smell the smoke. But stuffy these days in South Trinidad, a number of bushfires. One hopes that it does not affect the play in any way. Here is Philip, way outside the off stump. That's a wide. A tumbling save there by De Silva. De Silva is getting a workout from these fast bowlers today. As the smoke is actually subsiding now. It's going towards the southwestern side of the ground, where the vegetation is very thick. I've asked almost everyone. Ronnie Bikram Das. I've asked you, Visham, a number of guys from 360. What's the name of the trees there? And I'm yet to hear. I think Ronnie came up with his latest explanation, or latest answer was it's apple trees. But I will now pose that question after lunch to Shannon, who is our new guy here, and Rudy Ramesa. Right? Probably they might be able to shed some light on the type of trees we have there on the north. Sorry, the southwestern end of the ground. I'm struggling to believe it's an apple tree.
I don't think so.
Well, if
You
I
ask
may
yourself,
interject, I don't think I said it's apple trees. I never said it's apple trees.
Ronnie Bikram
So,
coming to his
I'm not
defense.
sure where Mr. Mamchan is getting his information from.
Ronnie Bikram Das immediately comes with a big broad bat in defense of that delivery that I bowled to him. Well, that was a googly though.
You played it well.
Yeah. You know, but,
Thank you.
You know, doing commentary here, you know, you look out. It's a wonderful picture, and you wonder sometimes. I think someone said those were cotton trees. I need to find out. I will ask as ambassador at the president of the Trinidad Cricket Board. He might have an answer for me. This is outside the off stump again, and you can see there's a plan here for Palmer to get him to play through the offside. There are a ring of fielders there, 2 slips, a gully, point, short cover, and a mid-off. So looking to force him to play through the offside early in his innings.
Yes, well, that's his strength. He loves to play through the offside, Paul Palmer. So I'm going to feed him to his strength here now. But back to those trees. Have you ever given your opinion as to what kind of trees are those?
I don't know. This is why I'm asking. You know, if had I known, I might not have asked. You know, so if I can get that information, you know, as a commentator, you want to describe these things, but you don't want to be wrong. Like the time you brought dwarf plantains for me at my home. I planted it 4 years now, and you never said that the plantains are also dwarfed. I've never gotten one.
Well, I don't know what's causing that down on where you are living, Mr. Mamchan. But I've gotten quite a number of plantains from my trees.
Well, we will know, because information is that over the next few days you will be bringing it for the boys in the box. Plantains, that is. So we had 23 overs before lunch, which means that Trinidad and Tobago was 7 overs behind the over rate. That may well improve as we move along in the afternoon when you have spin and more tens. Of course, with 3 fast bowlers in operation, That would have lent to the over rate being a bit slower. One behind square. Watchful at this point in time. Blackwood, he goes to 40.
Speaking about spinners, the Red Force, they have 4 spinners in the team today. Well, that's if you count Isaiah Raja. Jid Gooley, the off spinner. Yannick Karai, the leg spinner. Also Imran Khan, the captain, and Brian Charles. So, good spin attack for the Red Force. Brian Charles leading the charge at the moment for them. The wicket drying out. It's baking under this vigorous heat that we are experiencing at this time.
What I've noticed in recent times is very hot during the day here in Trinidad and Tobago, and in the evening it gets pretty chilly.
Yes, the mornings are very cold.
Yes, I know that you're up early every morning. Did you do any 10Ks this morning? You normally do a 10K.
Actually took a break this morning because I left the hospital, Mr. Mamchan, approximately 2 a.m. this morning.
Oh, didn't know that. Quick single should be outside. Hope all is well. 78 for 2.
Blackwood needs to be careful here with the short leg in position. Keegan Simmons with Charles extracting some bounce.
Now this time he works his away. He picks the straighter, he gets 2. Blackwood moving along nicely now. Trying to give him a number of lines.
Well, Blackwood just caught Raja napping there at short square leg, and his initial movement was to his right. And then he had to move to his left quickly there to gather that one. So that completes the over. 79 for 2, the Jamaica Scorpions.
More importantly, though, it's good to see Raja back out there after that finger injury this morning. One hopes that he's okay. Seems to be Philip to continue from this end. I'm surprised that Jayden Seals didn't start off just after lunch.
I think the way that Anderson Phillip has been going, he deserves a wicket. Really has been working hard this morning in partnership with Jayden Seals and Shannon Gabriel. Phillip has completed 7 overs and conceded some 16 runs, 2 maidens in that. This partnership just about 5, so Blackwood, he is raced along to 41, having been dropped 2 times, so he's making use of those drop catches.
Snap is short and pulled away in and out. A good effort though at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket I dare add, but it went in and out like your salary at the end of the month, going in and out of the bank. And that was Jason Mohammed tumbling to his right, and Mohammed could have pulled off a beautiful catch there had that one stuck.
Yeah, it was an excellent effort there from Jason Mohammed diving to his right. It was pulled ferociously though by Paul Palmer. See, it's a good stop. It could have easily flown away to the fence.
Oh, he's allowed a P for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Looking at the natural angle of that one, it's possible it could have missed leg stump.
Yes, well, it was going on with the arm. It was tailing down the leg side. So just maybe missing the leg stump. The umpire, of course, he's in the best seat to give the decision.
I want to thank Prakash for bringing lunch around tea time.
Good old Prakash.
Philip, again, that's a beautiful delivery this time. Tentatively forward was Palmer. That one just pitching and taking off and into the gloves of the Silver. The Silver's done a good job. You look at the figures at the scoreboard, you'll see 8 byes. But that does not really show just how good this young man has kept wicket today.
Yes, well, to be fair to him, those 8 byes came to some very poor deliveries. 2 poor deliveries, one from Seals and Shannon Gabriel, that were wide down the leg side. He definitely could not have gotten to those.
Well, he will be trading gloves, so to speak, with England's Folks. I was told by the Australians here in the press box that Folks is one of the best wicket keepers in the world. So we will be looking on to see. At the moment, the score is 80 for 2. Good delivery on that occasion there by Philip, just keeping Palmer quiet. And also kept you quiet, Visham.
Well, Philip, it seems as though he has not taken a break from cricket. He just continued to do good work with the ball since the start of this game. Of course, he was battling the COVID-19 virus. Did not play in Pakistan, and now he's back on the field of play.
Very fit young man. He runs away from us. Again, right on spot. He has been tidy. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. And just to give you the rest of the bowling figures so far, Gabriel, 6 overs. He has taken none for 23. And the guys in the right, they're bringing it back up for us. Seals, extremely impressive this morning. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. And Brian Charles, as I said before, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. We have seen 4 bowlers in operation. And Charles is going to continue from the southern end. Expect Charles to bowl a great percentage of the overs from that end. He's going to lock that end up and try to continue creating the pressure.
He's someone who normally bowls long spells for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and what he's impressed, I'm sure he has impressed the selectors with as well, is that he has the ability to bowl at different passages in the game. He can bowl with the new ball, he can bowl in the middle phase as well. He has that short leg fielder in position, a short mid wicket, and that one slip. Blackwood was looking to drive that one to the offside, just through that gap between bat and pad there. So Brian Charles, still must be up here now, having gotten the wicket off John Campbell. This is an opportunity for the Red Force to prize forward. This one guided away by Blackwood down to third man. Gully giving chase, and Blackwood picks up a brace. So the score moves on to 81 for 2.
So Log dismissed very early this morning, caught by Jason Mohammed of the bowling of Jayden Seals for Seals for 1. John Campbell. This time there's a lot of PDs on court. Pushing palpably forward, and Keegan Simmons at short leg takes the catch. That's the end of Jermaine Blackwood. He leaves the arena for 41. How important is that breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, we were speaking about Campbell and Blackwood being 2 of the senior players. Now Blackwood. Campbell departed earlier. Now he has to go back Blackwood. So I was just speaking about as well that short leg fielder with the bounce that Brian Charles is extracting from the wicket. He could have came into play, and that he did there. A good low catch as well by Keegan Simmons at short leg. Blackwood, he has to depart for 41.
Charles strikes again. So 2 wickets for Charles after lunch.
Yeah, well, something in the lunch that's different for Brian Charles. He's coming and pick up 2 quick wickets there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We're just speaking about them having to prize forward now with that wicket of Campbell, and now picking up a second in quick succession. And you can see those 2 guys there bringing out the drinks. It's Terence Hines and Kirsten Kalicharan. Well-deserved drinks for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And Brian Charles, continues to rip those off spinners from the southern end. And a good servant of Trinidad and Tobago's cricket over the past few years. So Palmer has his role has now magnified. He'll be joined by Williams.
Alwyn Williams. So 2 left-handers out there in the middle, something that Brian Charles would relish.
Forward. So Williams. Alwyn Williams. Played one bouncer short leg. Williams he's actually making his debut in this match for the Jamaicans. He would not want to go the way of Log, who had nothing Log in the batting colour this morning on debut.
Well, it's a task on the hands of both Paul Palmer and Alwyn Williams now to rebuild this innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. 82 for 3 at the end of 28 overs. So the Red Force has since then, after lunch, now pulled back things nicely. They're in a better position than they were prior to the luncheon interval. Of course, David Furlong, the coach of the Red Force, in his first class, regional 4-day tournament. As the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, he must be proud with what he's witnessing out in the middle.
Yeah, I think David will be very happy with what he has seen. David, of course, played for Trinidad and Tobago back in the day, and he was a terrific fielder. So he would not be happy with what he has seen there. The 63-year-old, as a former wicketkeeper and left-handed batsman for TNT, who played 13 first-class matches between 1978 and 1985. He scored 352 runs at 19.55, but around that time, he would have come up against a lot of fierce fast bowlers. This time it's a quick single on the offside, and off and running. There goes Palmer. He gets 1. Furlong, of course, Furlong comes from a cricketing family. And what is important here, he was part of that 1985 winning Shell Shield team led by Ranji Nanan. And will he be able to bring that winning culture back? He started off with a bang by winning the regional Super 50. This, as you rightfully said, it's his first time with the guys in white in the 4-day tournament. Here is Philip. Oh, that one keeps a bit low, and that's not a good sight.
Yes, that end of the wicket, we have been seeing some of those deliveries from Anderson Phillip specifically. It has been keeping low. And I think what Paul Palmer and Alwyn Williams would want to do is be on their front foot. And I think that is what Paul Palmer is telling Williams there in that mid-pitch conference at this time.
Either he's telling him that, or he's probably asking him if he saw C3. It's a fantastic mall, which is close by, just on the outside here. One hopes he's telling him, get on that front foot. Let's see how he entertains Philip now. No problems on that occasion. That one too straight. Now back to Furlong. Well, he comes from a cricketing family. His father, Carl Furlong, would have played 15 first-class matches, and his uncle, Kenneth Furlong, played 18. While his other uncle, Hammond Furlong, played 3 test matches against Australia and New Zealand. He scored 57 and 150 not out against Australia. Everyone scores runs against Australia. In 1955, to get a call-up to the test team, Hammond played 16 first-class matches, scoring 200s and 3 half-centuries. Would have replaced Mervyn Dillon, who had Tobago in the second position when the crisis struck, the COVID-19. And of course, his opposite number is Andre Coley. We all know about Andre Coley, who's been the head coach of the Scorpions since 2019. And of course, he would have previously worked with the Windies and the West Indies team as well. So, 2 very good coaches in the ranks. Sebastian Kadir is the manager of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's also the manager of the Merry Boys cricket team.
Of course, Andre Coley as well. Earlier this year, in January, he was appointed as the assistant coach to Shivnarayan Chandapal for the Jamaica Talawas. Very cool conditions now. The sun has just died down here at the Brandland Cricket Academy. Quiet period out there in the middle. More so for the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. It's going to find its way over the ropes now for 4. Over-pitch delivery. And all the young man Williams did was to transfer that weight nicely onto the front foot and drive it behind the point for 4.
Yeah, well, we have been seeing Anderson Phillip in this over in the deliveries prior. He was looking to get the ball up. What he was doing good, though, was he was keeping the ball on the line of the stumps. On this occasion, just stringing his line and putting it wide outside the off stump, and Williams was able to put it away. That is what Lugg was not able to do at the start of the innings.
To be fair to Lugg, though, half volleys weren't presented to him. He had to go through a rough time up front. Brian Charles, 2 wickets after lunch. This one thuds into the pad of the left-handed Williams. Palmer is on 2, Williams is on 4.
Brian Charles, as you saw there, we all know that Brian Charles, he has a very dangerous arm ball as well. And what he does well is varies his pace. That one just outside the off stump and left alone there by Paul Palmer. Was not interested. Palmer just doing some gardening out there, ensuring that the area just in front of him where Charles landing those deliveries, this one back of a leg, so veering his line now, Brian Charles. This is something that he does well. Brian Charles, bowling as he is here now, Palmer and Williams have a challenge in front of them here. This time short, missed out there, Palmer. Anderson Phillip at backward point. In the previous over, we saw Shannon Gabriel warming up at mid-on. So maybe we may just see a bowling change from the northern end. So that smoke just continues to blow across the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. This time a full pitch delivery played back to the bowler. That completes the over. 30 overs have been bowled, 87 for 3. John Campbell, 25 thus far for the Jamaica Scorpions. Jermaine Blackwood, 44. Those were the 2 top scorers. And Alwyn Williams and Paul Palmer there on 4 and 2 respectively. Of course, the two wickets fell in quick succession after the luncheon interval. Campbell, he fell to Charles and also Jermaine Blackwood. No bowling change though at the northern end. It's going to be Anderson Phillip to continue. He's going to come around the wicket to Alwyn Williams.
So it's 87, a number that the Australians don't like. And they're off and running. They're off that number. 111 is a number that the English don't really prefer. And in Trinidad and Tobago, the number that they don't like is 36. So 2 slips and a gully. Crouches and waits. Over pitched and driven beautifully through the onside. And it's going to hold up just before the boundary at a wide-ish long one. They're going to come back for 2. 3 in fact. The score goes on now to 91 for 3. And all he had to do there was to just lean into that, allow the ball to come onto him and play through the line.
Yes, this was overpitched by Anderson Phillip. Not much to do there for Palmer. It was easy pickings. So Jayden Seals, though, he gave chase down to deep mid-wicket. Had some good ground to cover there, Jayden Seals. Last delivery was a bit too wide to interest Alwyn Williams. Was left alone into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. 2 slips and a gully for Anderson Phillip. Sean Gabriel just having a word with Phillip. Might just want to pull back his length a bit and just hit a good line. It's on about that 4th stump. A fairly new batsman, Alwyn Williams. Edged done. Is he gone? Dropped again. Second slip fielder diving across in front of the first slip fielder there. And in the end, spilling an easy catch. That would have been an easy catch for that first slip fielder there, Vinod.
Yeah, and bad luck continues to follow this Trinidad and Tobago team today. And on that occasion, was it Brian Charles? And that position at second slip. In fact, Brian is at first. And Anderson Phillip has to take a long walk back to the top of his mark and just start again.
Well, I was just speaking about Anderson Phillip needing to pull his length back and get that ball on about that 4th stump line. That he did, and unfortunately for him, Williams was dropped. Seems as though it's Jid Gully, the man that dove across to his right. And now he is just demonstrating to Brian Charles where he went wrong. Phillip won't be a happy man. Gabriel again in conversation with him. He must be saying that both of us are unlucky. Both seem to be the unluckiest men on the field, Vinod.
So it's going to be Phillip hoping that his luck changes outside the off stump, and young Williams allowing this one to go by. Phillips throws his hands in the air as if to suggest a quota vanish again and he would have been in business. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. Well, good afternoon, Amar, for the second time. Hope all is well. Hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Mamchan. Definitely, yes, I enjoyed my lunch. At the cricket board's office.
I don't think you enjoyed your lunch as well as John Campbell. After one delivery, he went back to probably finish some more. Get a second serving. Here's Charles.
Yes, he out very early after the luncheon interval.
Big Gabriel on that occasion, having to make quite an effort to get down. He did stop the ball though, and that one past him. It would have gone for four.
Certainly.
So 92 for 3 at the moment. Palmer is on 5, is it? And Palmer is on 6 and Williams is on 5. This time he's all caught. Brian Charles strikes again. And on this occasion, young Williams got one that popped on him. He was looking to hit it down the ground, and he was caught by Jayden Seals just at mid-off. The 4th wicket has fallen, and Jamaica are now 92 for 4. Your thoughts on that dismissal there, Amar?
As you said, that the ball popped onto the batsman, and as he tried to hike it over the bowler's head down to the boundary, he failed to make a good connection, resulting in a meek shot and giving the fieldsman a good opportunity to take a simple catch.
Yeah, it was very simple indeed, and it has brought joy for Trinidad and Tobago. It's the 4th wicket that have fallen. The Red Force taking 4 now. They had 2 prior to lunch, and in fact 1 prior to lunch, and on the resumption after lunch, the Scorpions have lost Blackwood for 44, and Campbell firstly for 25 of 64 balls, then Blackwood for 44 of 72, and the Williams for 5 of 14. So the score is 92 for 4, and Charles in his 11th over 3 for 26. So good bowling there by the off spinner. It means that there is assistance for the slow bowlers even from day one on this very dry track.
Definitely. And you would recall that in the preparation for these games that Brian Charles Lara excelled in the games, taking several wickets.
Mm-hmm.
He's just carrying over this form onto this game.
Well, I see you added Lara to his name there. Amari, you've graduated him. Young Brian Charles.
Young Brian Charles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, this venue is named after the famed B.C. Lara.
Yes. Brian Charles, the bowler. He's doing very well. Very well.
The new batsman out there is Morris. And a number of left-handers in this Jamaican lineup. We've had Campbell, Palmer, Williams, and now Morris. He's on the back foot, very deep. Plays it away to mid-on. Nice high elbows on that occasion, exaggerating the shot.
So as Brian Charles continues from the southern end, a forward defensive push collected by the bowler. No run involved. Brian Charles in his 11th over.
Yeah, he has been very, very good indeed. And you think his success might prompt Skipper Khan to take up the attack from the northern end? He hasn't bowled for today.
I haven't seen him bowl for today, and I think it is the right time. But given that Anderson Phillip nearly had a wicket in the last over, I feel he would continue with Anderson Phillip. Bit unlucky there.
Phillip has been tight, and he has created the opportunities. He just hasn't been luckless. His figures, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 25. And of the 60 deliveries he has bowled, 47 have have been unscored off.
Very
Yeah,
tight bowling.
Outside the off stump, he is dropped.
Again.
I think that Brian Charles this time at full slip, and Anderson Phillip may be thinking, where is the closest river around this ground? Probably thinks he has to take a bath, and he might well carry with him Shannon Gabriel. He's walking towards Gabriel. Now, Gabriel is not going to. He's gonna be angry. Skipper Khan is having a word with Gabriel. Gabriel himself, he would know how the young man will feel. Is this a situation where these guys are just too far up, too close to the batsman? I think they may well want to take a step back, because we saw earlier on when Raja was injured as well, the ball was actually on the up, passing Raja. That was another significant
I think this
drop
one
catch
was...
earlier on this morning. And on this occasion, it was similar. Let's see. Here's Phillip again. Should have been 5 down.
I think it was a very straightforward catch. And was spilled.
Well, Amar, you might have taken that with your eyes closed and both hands tied behind your back.
In my playing days, yes, sir.
93 for the loss of 4. And it's all happening. It has been an intriguing day's play so far. Good to see the players out there in white. Gabriel continues to give advice to young Phillip. Gabriel is from the area of Mother Cornhawks. She might be called into action today outside the off stump. And it goes to the keeper. It's a bit humid outside there now, so it's not going to help the situation with the fast bowlers.
Yes, the clouds have covered the sun temporarily.
So we've seen catches go down to Gully, to Brian Charles, to Raja.
And
Even seen Seals drop one.
And I think one came close to the substitute fieldsman, Carrie Pear.
Yes, Carrie Pear. So wicketkeeper Morrison is in there. He is with Palmer.
Yes. I think Phillips has to pitch the ball closer to the fourth stump, forcing the batsman to play, and probably with edge.
But he did that earlier in the over and it didn't work out. But I think that's good advice. He just needs to keep that fourth stump line. Just keep discipline, keep plugging away. And once he can get 1, 2 will follow. That's how it works out more often than not. Here's Phillip again. This is well played, angling into the left-hander. Just allowing it to come on to him on that occasion. There was Morrison. And the score remains 93 for 4.
Yes, Morris.
4, yeah.
Yes, Morrison is to still get off the mark.
Think any relation to Danny Morrison?
Well, he has to be somebody who is very jovial to be related to Danny Morrison.
Danny Morrison, the former New Zealand fast bowler, 160 test wickets. It's just short and not coming on as Morrison would have liked. Is the end. It's the end of a good over again. So, Amar, you said before the previous over, you said Anderson Phillip is coming back into the attack because he nearly got a wicket. At the end of this over, when he comes back again, you will say his last over, he nearly got another wicket.
I feel once he has that energy, being a youthful man, I think he should continue. As I said, trying to bowl at the fourth stump.
Well, he has bowled the combined number of overs that Gabriel and Seals have bowled today. Gabriel has bowled 6, Seals has bowled 5, And Philip 11.
Yes. And he's still full of energy. Bowling a good line and bowling a good length as Brian Charles continue from the southern end.
Well, the Red Force boys thought that was a chance to probably get Palmer via the run-out route, as Simmons picked up the ball at short leg. So this is what you're going to get from Brian Charles. He's going to continue to work. He's a hard worker, and he's just going to continue to plug away from that southern end.
And he's bowling a good line and length, maintaining that good line and length generally.
But normally he's a pressure bowler.
Yeah, and he's bowling his 12th over now. 3 wickets for 26 runs.
That's a very good delivery. That one given more air. So I haven't gotten the success. I haven't gotten 3 wickets after lunch. He's thinking to himself now that I should attack more, and that is exactly what he's doing. Normally he's a little flatter.
Yes, bowling at a good, as I said, continue to maintain that length.
But it's clear that Palmer is reading him off the track as well, because he's batting very deep in his crease. He's using the full depth of that crease to face him. So he may just want to toss a few up and get him forward like that. This time he pushes it away. There's a chance for a run out, and there is a run out. Palmer played the shot. He took off like a train in Kingston, and on the other hand, no message was sent to Morrison. Morrison stood his ground, and all of a sudden he realized he could have shook hands with Palmer, because Palmer was down at his end, and TNT Red Force gets the wicket as Morrison is run out. The score is now 93 for 5.
A serious mix-up there, and a grave error. They should be speaking to each other, and as you said, that one of the batters took off like a train, watching the ball rather than watching his other batter trying to cross. And both of them ended up at the same end.
So it's the all-rounder Derval Green who's going to go in there now. And another wicket falling to the TNT Red Force. So this has been a good fight back after that initial partnership of 70-odd between Campbell and Blackwood, the experienced campaigners on this team.
In short, it is a collapse.
Yes, it is. Derval Green comes in hoping to arrest this collapse that you're speaking about. Palmer's been there for quite a while. He's on 7 of 34 under pressure. That was a typical example of pressure leading to a wicket. Brian Charles continued to put him under pressure, and he tried to get a run that was non-existent. That led to his downfall.
Agreed. Because he played the ball straight to Jayden Seals, who had no difficulty in picking up the ball in the first instance and had enough time to relay to the wicketkeeper.
Well, this is going to be an important passage of play as Jayden Seals, who was impressive this morning, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. He's going to take up the attack from the northern or Gasparilla end with the score at 93 for 5. And it's going to be Paul Palmer to face Seals as he runs away from us.
Yeah.
So Seals is one of those players who, he's young, he's ambitious, he's talented, and he's fit. That's a dangerous combination.
Yeah, and I expect him to do well for the West Indies.
Well, he started his career very well indeed. Trinidad and Tobago with 3 impressive fast bowlers. Will this be the year of the Red Force with these men? Some may well go off to play in the test matches when England come a calling. with their 8 changes. This is worked away down behind square, so just getting into his groove, getting things working. His Seals definitely should be featuring in that test series against England.
That's my opinion, that she should be in the playing 11 against England.
Very
and
good.
it's an investment. He's a young, energetic, talented, and the West Indies should be grooming players, to take the mantle.
Well, the future looks good, honestly. I mean, the West Indies lost today, but there was still some positive signs. The bowling unit was very good. The young all-rounders continue to show that they could stand up in international cricket. Today you had 34 from Akil Hussain down the order, batting at number 7. And then you had 24 from Odin Smith, batting at number 9. So, these guys are showing that they're willing to fight. They're hungry. And this is what you want to see. I don't think anyone expects the West Indies team to turn up one morning and just defeat the world. What you want is a competitive team leading to the heights of beating any team in the world. That's a brilliant delivery. It was just short of a leg. It jumped at the right-hander Green, and all he could have done was to fend it to slip. And Jamaica, they have lost another wicket, 94 for 6. That was short. It was menacing. It was coming back into him. And luckily, he had a bat to defend himself from injury.
Yes, the ball kicked up on him at a good pace, and he could not really have gotten out of the way. So in order to defend his body, he had to put his bat in front of him, and it just popped up and was well taken. I'm saying again that, from a very good position before lunch, Jamaica has, collapsed to 94 for 6. And we are in the 35th over of this game, this 4-day match being played at the Brian Lara Academy in Aruba, South Trinidad.
So the fast bowlers and, of course, Brian Charles have put the Red Force in a very good position at this point in time with the Jamaicans 94 for the loss of 6 wickets. The Scorpions really being put under the gun. So Merchant is going to come in now to bat. And he's there to join Palmer. Palmer's been in there for 37 balls for his 8 runs. And Merchant is going to hope to keep him company. It's going to be difficult with this young man, number 33 on his back. That's Jayden Seals. He's hungry. And he's looking to gain that success for himself and, of course, for his team.
Yes, he's very thirsty for success. And he has been recognized already in some of the franchises around the world.
Oh. Another good delivery there from Jayden Seals.
Very, very close to the bat. Very, very close to the bat. As Seals continues from the commentary and bowling to Merchant.
That's well played by Merchant. He was willing to get behind the line of that one, and he just pushes it away to a shortish cover. The score at the moment is 94 for 6. That's the latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember, the Scorpions won the toss this morning and decided to bat first.
As Jayden Seals continues from the northern commentary and the merchant.
This time he's struck on the pad, going down the leg side. It's the end of a very impressive over by Jayden Seals. At the end of it, the score is 94 for 6. After more thoughts from Amar Samaru, we will be joined by Visham Lalman.
Mr. Mamchan, I wanted to raise something with you on cricket. You know, having looked at the World Cup under 19 finals, you know, the successful coach, VVS Lachman from India, you know, when asked about the success of the Indian team, he spoke about the developmental programs like the under 13, under 15, under 19, you know, etc. And even, well, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have under 23, you know. Probably when you next interview the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, you know, he will have some good information for you.
Well, that I look forward to. I want to thank you, Amar, for being with us. Trinidad and Tobago development program is something that has been at the forefront, and I know it's been replicated around the region as well, and that is the only way that we can get West Indies back to where they ought to be.
Agreed. We have to come back to the glorious days when we were real world champions.
Hopefully.
So, thank you very much. So.
Thanks a lot. 95 for the loss of 6. That's the latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And the Brian Charles is bowling from the far end. Charles, a Merchant, seemed to favor the onside Merchant. He has been going across his stumps and looking to play through the onside. Good afternoon, Mr. Lalman.
Good afternoon, Vinod. And good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners wherever they may be looking and listening on. Brian Charles has pulled back things for the Red Force team very well. 3 wickets for 27 in 12.5 overs. Jayden sees 2 for 10 and 6.
So that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, we take a short break. We'll be right back. after the water break. Players are refreshed and ready to go again. The sun has made its appearance. I want to say good afternoon to all those on the stream, on the West Indies Cricket Board YouTube stream, enjoying the action here at Brana Cricket Academy. And I'm sure they are enjoying the efforts of this young man, Jayden Seals. It's going to be Palmer, who has seen it all out there. This time, this one takes the tie pad. It's going to go very close to the boundary at long leg. And I thought a better effort should have been made there by Yannick Correa.
Yes, he was very wide there, Correa, but the ball took a while to get to the fence down there at fine leg. Yeah, I thought he could have gotten to that quite easily. In the end, letting it up. So, Seals, but to be fair, Seals, that was a poor delivery down the leg side. And, yeah, it deserved being put away.
$99 now for 6. Seals. Well, that's a very good delivery. Aiming in at off stump, played back by Palmer.
It's a good comeback from the previous delivery. Just altering his line and his length there, Jayden Seals. That's where you'd want to be.
Seals has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. Charles, he has taken 3, and the 1 run out has accounted for the 6 wickets to have fallen. This time it's short, pulling away out of the shot, just allowing this one to go by. There was Palmer, and the umpire just on that occasion just ensuring that Seals is not running onto the track, onto the pitch, in the danger zone.
I think who would really be in the danger zone would be Paul Palmer facing up to Jayden Seals.
Here's the impressive Seals. Very strong approach. Again, good delivery, playing inside the line. I'll give him that credit. But that one just pitching, and you can see moving away there, Visham.
Yeah, just one about that off stump. The Silver shuffling to his left. Just where that first slip fielder is positioned. It moved quite a lot there from Jayden Seals. Just back of a length though. You want to get that ball up to Paul Palmer. Paul Palmer, one of the final recognized batsmen in this lineup for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Ken, good line, good length. Just probing away at that off stump.
I think that I heard you saying earlier that this wicket was pregnant with runs. But certainly the Jamaica Scorpions, they are not showing that. They are not displaying that at the moment. 99 for 6. They'd be really disappointed after winning the toss and electing to bat first.
I think they run into the midst of 3 very good fast bowlers and a very good off spinner. Beautiful delivery. That missed everything. And into the gloves of De Silva. That was a beauty there by young Seals. He continues to impress, and at the end of that over, the score is 99 for 6.
Yes, and what an over that was there. 2 for 10, 7 overs, 3 maidens, the speedster, and he's continuing to do exceptionally well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jayden Seals, good work he's done in the recent past for the West Indies senior team after being included in that test team. He's since then been added to the ODI setup as well. Has not made his debut yet.
Well, Brian Charles took 17 wickets in the last 4-day tournament. He's in now with 3 today. And Anderson Phillip, he's also playing for Trinidad today. Got 21 wickets in that last season. This time Merchant is across his stumps again, looking to favour that one side.
Akil Hussain, who is not here, he's with the West Indies team. He had gotten 36 wickets in that season.
Swept away around the corner. I want to say good afternoon to the very distinguished public relations manager for Sandals out there in St. Lucia, Sunil Ramdeen. This time, this is it's out like before. Brian Charles gets his 4th wicket. There was the Merchant looking to sweep this one behind square. It struck him on the pad. I have been saying that he has been going across his stumps a lot, and that proved to be his undoing. By going across his stump, he was actually looking to sweep at the delivery that was between middle and off, and the umpire had no hesitation in signaling to him that he can go back into the confines of the pavilion.
Yes, and a good decision there by umpire Danish Ramdani. Of course, you could have seen the leg stump. Sorry, he was way across his stump, and Jamie Merchant, he has to walk back without scoring.
So the new batsman going out there is Markino Mindley, 99 for 7. Well, Mindley will have to do it with the bat. He did it with the ball in the last season for them, and he took 24 wickets at an average of 22.66, with a best of 7 for 126. Match figures, that is, and an innings analysis of 5 for 65 being his best. I want to ask you a question here now, Visham. How good is Mindley with the willow?
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what he does out in the middle.
Well, I don't think it matters what he does outside of the middle. It has to be in the middle. Palmer is still there, and he has seen the carnage. He has been witness to the carnage. 4 for 27, Brian Charles.
Yes, what a performance. And he continues to serve Trinidad and Tobago cricket well, Brian Charles. But Palmer running out of partners.
Charles, 4 for 27. Earlier on, Lakan was saying that his last 2 spells in trials was 5, a fifer, and then 6 in the next innings. So he continues to do well. We haven't seen the skipper, Imran Shaki Khan.
Well, the way these guys are going out there, I don't think Imran Khan, well, at least for now, he doesn't seem to be needed.
I want to say good afternoon to Dr. Kishore Shallow, the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, who was just in Trinidad and Tobago last week. This time there's a loud appeal again, but pushing out was Markino Mindley, and that is what saved him. It's the end of the over, the end of a good over from young Brian Charles. He's now taken 4 wickets, and that has taken the score to 99 for 7. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Here's Seals. He's in again. And that's another beautiful delivery. So just as he ended the last over, he has started this over. Just touching down and just shaping away from the left-hander. Can't be an easy time there for Palmer. But when you are Markino Mindley, who has batting at number 9 and who has just gone in, and you can call Palmer down and give him advice on playing a perfect defensive shot. It tells me that Minley knows a thing or two about batting.
Well, he has 394 runs in his 35 first-class matches at an average of 11.25.
Again, outside the off-stump, allowed to go by. I like the line adopted here by Seals. He's just living in that corridor of uncertainty, as they call it.
And what we are seeing as well is that when he's landing those balls there, the batsman seems to be in two minds whether to come forward or back. And you can see him getting the ball to move both ways as well. That one coming back in that previous delivery, and those deliveries prior to that was going away.
Well, he has been moving the ball both ways today. We saw that very early in his spell this morning. This time Palmer gets nicely behind it. So Campbell 25, Blackwood 44, the main scorers here this morning for the Jamaicans.
Both of those batsmen would be livid with themselves for getting out in the manners that they did. Just after lunch, both those senior guys fell, and that just broke the back of the Jamaican Scorpions lineup.
Oh, that was a quick one. Taking that just over his left shoulder was the Silva.
Well, the padding in that glove of Joshua De Silva needs to be of the highest quality. These seam bowlers this morning have been hitting the gloves of Joshua De Silva very hard.
Sam Seals a bit too wide to interest Palmer. I would like to see Seals go around the wicket now and change up the approach to Palmer. Just give him that extra thing to think about.
Yeah, well, we see him did that to Alwyn Williams when he was angling the ball into him, and Williams was having a lot of problems. So maybe that's something that Jayden Seals can employ here now to Paul Palmer. He seems to be a bit comfortable with those deliveries that are coming back and moving away from him that are being angled away. Maybe we can see a short leg coming into play as well with that angle, if he does do it.
This one comes back in a long way, but it was high over the stumps. And Seals continues to be very, very, very impressive here today for Trinidad and Tobago. 8 overs, 4 middens, 2 for 10. That tells a story.
Yeah, excellent bowling from the young man. He seems to be tired though. Hands on knees, and he really worked hard this morning along with all the bowlers from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, despite being not very well assisted by the fielders at times. Brian Charles, he's going to continue. Palmer and Minley having a chat in the middle. And Jayden Seals, this wicket as well, Vinod, is one that we would think from the way that it is playing that you can trust the bounce.
Yeah, the bounce has been true. The pitch is hard and dry. Brian Charles has prospered.
Yes, as he's done over his career.
Simon, it's in and out of Keegan Simmons' hands at short leg, and Marquito Minley gets a life.
Much like many of the Jamaican Scorpions batsmen earlier.
So Jamaica finds themselves in serious trouble at 99 for 7, and yet we can say that the feeling has not been good on the part of the TNT Red Force. I think this innings could have been wrapped up by now had the TNT Red Force guys been better in the outfield. Minley's forward, which is the right thing, pushes it to mid off, and there's no run.
Yes, well, We've seen in the recent times that the West Indian tailenders digging the team out of a hole. Could we see that here from the Jamaican Scorpions lower order? In the meantime, a single attained by Makino Mindley, so he's off and running. Of course, Makino Mindley, when West Indies toured England in the resumption of international cricket, Makino Mindley, he had been ruled out of that tour very early. He had tested positive for COVID-19 virus. So he'll relish this opportunity to be back out in the middle playing cricket.
Palmer comes forward and that one spins away from the outside edge. So it's another very good over there from the young man. And it's going to be Seals to continue. Charles, 14 overs, Seals 8, Phillips 11, and Gabriel 6.
Yes, and speaking about the COVID-19 virus, you know, that many of the sporting organizations around the world have realized that it's time to get back sports up and running, and it's good to see that here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Sport doing so as well, seeing it fit and giving the opportunity to these youngsters and players of not just cricket, but all sports, an opportunity to get back on the park. And even giving fans an opportunity to come to the games.
Well, they've given the opportunity to fans. I'm disappointed with the attendance today, though. I did look across to the stands during lunchtime, and I don't think you probably get about 100, 150 people.
Yeah, for the most.
So here's Seals. Mindley again, just driving. And on that occasion, Mindley not really getting in line and not getting close to that one, just pushing at it. That's dangerous when you're facing a guy like Seals who's looking to take the ball and swing the ball both ways.
Yes, definitely. So a big gap between bat and pad there from Makino Mindley. And fishing, but this time making a catch. Seals is going to be bowling to Paul Palmer now. So Mindley again having a word with Paul Palmer. I would hope that Palmer doesn't need any batting tips from Makino Mindley. 101 for 7. So Seals has continued to plug away from, over the wicket. 2 slips in position. This time a shortish delivery on the body of Paul Palmer, but he's solidly behind that. Palmer just on 9. The last wicket to fall, that of Jamie Merchant. He was leg before to Brian Charles for naught when the score 99.
Jamaicans reaching their 100, which is a mini triumph of sorts. This time, this is a full-blooded drive through the offside. Point was deep in the Phillip, and he's able to pull it back in. So, as I was saying before, there's an obvious ploy to get Palmer, and again, probably the analysts would have picked this up. Get him to play through the offside. A point is deep as well. Our statistician, Rudy, is indicating to us that since lunch, the Jamaicans have scored just 27 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. That caterer might get more work from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
Well, good point there, Vinod. 6 wickets and quick time for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. that says something about the energy and the determination of the players. After that luncheon interval, Jamaica Scorpions just giving it up, giving their wickets away. This time a delivery, an in-swinging delivery there from Jayden Seals, worked away nicely by Paul Palmer. Yannick Correa, we've yet to see him with the ball out there at deep square leg, limits them to 2. So at the end of 41 overs, the score 105 for 7.
105 for 7. Brian Charles looking for 5. Let's see. At 5 for 65. As his best in the last season. This time this is driven back to him. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, excellent work. He's a good fielder as well, Brian Charles. And I always say, if you expect the fielders to do good work off your bowling, you have to set the example.
Good delivery there again. I want to say good afternoon to Suzanne, the caterer, and they're trying to be a cricket board. I wanted to know that her lunches were really good, and thanks to the Trinidad and Tobago cricket board for making us a part of that by providing sumptuous lunches for the entire crew. Yes, Charles, and this one jumps again. So there are certain deliveries that are just popping, and some that you'll get that jump, that height. Now, Charles is a short man. Obviously, the only way Charles can get bonks on those deliveries is if it hits the seam.
Yeah.
And he has been doing that well here today.
Short leg fielder Keegan Simmons needs to be watchful. He's already taken a catch there in that position.
This time he's hitting this down the ground. I thought that Phillips did pick it up late and they're going to come back for 2. And Minley seems as if he wants to get on with things.
Well, that was pitched up. It was there to hit. Marking Minley looking to take Charles down the ground. And luckily for him, it didn't go to hand. But yes, Phillips seems to have picked it up quite late.
It's the end of the over. I want to thank Visham for his stint. And let me welcome Anil Lakan. Good afternoon, Anil. How are you?
I'm very fine, thanks, Vinod. How are you?
I know you have been in the back of the box enjoying the commentary.
Yes, I have been listening attentively, may I say.
There is Seals around the wicket, changing the angle a bit. And Palmer is comfortable this time. You know, we were seeing a couple overs ago that Seals, who has been repeatedly beating that outside edge off the left-handed Palmer's bat, that he should go around the wicket. Just look to change up the angle, look to come in with the angle around the wicket and get the ball to straighten.
And also, if he go wide of the crease, Vinod, he has that projection where he could zoom into that leg stub line as well. Get that ball to tail back into the left-hander.
No ball this time.
So So it's going to be. So Jayden seals into a very impressive spell of fast bowling in this mid-afternoon session.
Well, he has been impressive since the morning, and it is reflected by figures of 2 for 16 and 10. That's another beautiful delivery. Palmer probably in the last moment playing inside the line.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he did pull inside the line, but excellent delivery on about that fourth stump line and really asking continuous questions of Palmer. But I must admit that the pitch has proven to have a bit more than we had anticipated earlier on today.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Palmer's been in there for quite some time. 61 deliveries for his 13. But that's not the issue. The issue is he needs to occupy the crease and get others to stay with him and look to wear down the bowlers here, and the runs will come.
His role will be to continue to shepherd the lower end of the batting lineup, Vinod, and try as much as possible to see how much runs he can eke out, the rest of the batters.
Short, ill-directed though. Your thoughts on the silver today?
Well, I must admit, with 3 fast bowlers operating above 85 clicks a minute, it's always going to be a tough day at the office. And I must admit, he has been really exemplary behind the wicket, except on occasions where it was humanly impossible to get to those balls.
Yeah, I like how you put that, humanly impossible, because he was sprawling all over the place to stop those bites. That's a beautiful delivery yet again, beating the bat. And the Tobago fast bowlers, I dare say, have been impressive today.
Very impressive, that trio of West Indian fast bowlers. And I must admit that Coach Kelvin Williams must be a very proud man, sitting in the dugout and really, taking in the manner in which these youngsters have really taken, to their development, and they're showing their skill sets, the full repertoire of their skill sets.
I think that Coach Williams deserves a fair for that. He's done good work with these three fast bowlers. I think tomorrow you should furnish him with some barbecue pigtail. Is that his favorite?
Definitely on the cards tomorrow. Do you let the cat out of the bag? Let the cat out of the bag, there,
I thought it was the pig. The score is 109 for 7. Let's take good afternoon to Kelvin Williams.
Yeah, it's really refreshing, someone of the mood of Mr. Kelvin Williams, without seeing these guys grow from teenagers into young men, and now, really looking at them blossom, at the regional level, and, exhibiting that same skill or even better skill at the international level.
Well, I agree that Kelvin has done a lot of good work, and you're seeing the benefits of it. You're seeing his work right in front of your eyes. Take nothing away from David Papa Williams. He has also worked tirelessly. Charles, around the wicket. And this time, Palmer was looking to hit this one somewhere down Debe by the gas station, and failed to make contact.
I would have caught that ball in the pillory shed, if you know.
time it's pushed away back on the offside. For those of our international viewers, and we have many who don't understand and probably are thinking, what is a pillory? What's a pillory?
It's a smaller
Explain.
version of a doubles, you know.
He's down the track and gets to. Again, you can see Charles just holding that one back. And the Palmer was charging him, just could not get in the full control.
Well,
Now back to you and a doubles, a pillory being a double.
it's round in shape, you know. Okay, but it's made with the same pillory flour.
Okay, the pillory mix.
The pillory flour.
Pillory flour.
Yeah, pillory mix.
Okay, well, I think you have done two things. You have gotten our international audience totally confused by your delicacy, and you have gotten Richard Berridge hungry. So next time Dr. Berridge is in our parts, I think you will have to furnish him with some pillory from DB. Here is Charles.
And Palmer works this one to that long on region. But when you look at the workload that Brian Charles has taken on today, you know, is testimony of his hard work and the hours and hours of bowling that he has been doing over the recent past.
And not only today, you know, that has been his trademark. He's a workhorse. He's someone you want to employ. You know, he's a hard worker. It's the end of the over. 112 for 7.
And it's going to be the skipper from the Pavilion N, Imran Khan, is going to take up the responsibility now to clean up the rest of the batting of the Scorpions team. And he's going to be bowling to Palmer. Palmer at the moment is on 17 not out. You know, he has had a long vigil at the crease, faced 67 balls. And he knocks this down to long off. Gets a single.
So Imran Khan, the captain, as you said before, Anil, he's in operation. You know,
And I'm sure he'll want to bring this innings to a close very quickly, Vinod.
he's very well capable of doing that. That's a good delivery by Khan. And Minley was tentative in coming forward. For a moment there, I thought he would have gotten through the gates.
Well, for a moment, I thought he wanted to take Imran Khan downtown.
This time he's in again. Minley is one of those players who likes to get on with it. So Imran has been right on spot immediately.
And that is one of his assets. He bowl wicket to wicket. You miss, he hits.
There he is again. Yeah, he has been impressive, even in the trials leading up to these games.
Very wily customer is Imran Khan.
Khan with his favoured number 10 on his back. So a probing over. An over in which he asked questions.
Yeah, and an excellent start from the skipper. He will, wanted to start off, with that level of confidence by pitching the deliveries exactly where he wants to execute his skill.
Well said, Quick Dungi. The score is 113 for the loss of 7. So Charles looking for that 5th wicket there, Anil.
Yeah, he's going to just continue to build that pressure. But it's going to be interesting to see how Palmer is going to approach the rest of this innings.
This time it's in and out. Pushing forward, and Keegan Simmons got up too early and was not able to hold on to that very sharp catch at forward short leg. That would have given Charles 5.
But it's one of those balls when it come off, most of the times it has to it got stuck in your hand.
I think what Charles did, what Simmons did wrong was that he got up too early on that occasion, and instead of Charles getting 5, that's the 5th catch to have gone down today for the Red Force. That's a lovely slide and a save, pick up in 1 there by Kari Pear. Well, I'm corrected. 7 catches have gone down today.
Well, I'm sure Coach Furlong and his entire coaching staff will definitely be taking notes where that is concerned. Because over the years, that has proven to be one of the areas that really hampered our results.
This is swept away. A full-blooded sweep. It's going to find its way very close to the boundary, and a good stop on the edge of the boundary down there. So at the moment, you're seeing Palmer starting to come into his own now. He's on the 23. So he's 72 deliveries, which means that he has shown the propensity to fight, to take his time, to build an innings, to see if he can wear down the bowlers. As the ball gets softer, it's going to be even more difficult for the TNT fast bowlers. But Charles, although the fast bowlers have been impressive today, Charles has been the one who has been the star. 4 for 38, he should have gotten 5.
Yeah, he should have gotten a 5 already. Unfortunately, he hasn't gotten a 5, but I'm sure he's working tirelessly, to get that 5.
This time he's going down the ground on this occasion. Minley just out of the reach of Philip. We wait on the umpire Ramdani, and that's the first 6 of the innings. 124 now, and that was a delivery that was pitched up, and Minley is a no-nonsense batsman. He's on 10.
But on this occasion, I felt that Brian Charles was really inviting that shot, asking him if you're good enough, clear the boundary.
Well, I think Charles has attacked more and more with the success that he has gotten, and he's quite right to do that. Imran Khan is going to continue from the northern end.
And as you are well aware of, the lower order, when you throw the ball up in the air, they're very tempted, to have a go on most occasions.
This is a big leg spinner on that occasion there from Imran Khan. Palmer was deep in his crease. So again, it's obvious that Palmer is reading these guys off the pitch.
And I must admit that Minley, has really warmed himself to the task by giving Palmer the confidence to allow him to bat normally, rather than trying to.
This time it's a loud appeal, and Khan will be disappointed in not getting that. He asks a question of wicketkeeper De Silva. Unfortunately, De Silva is not the man to make the decision. It's It's 125 now for 7.
And here was Imran Khan bowling the googly to Mimley on this occasion.
So this is a nice little recovery here. 26 runs they have put on already, and of 55 deliveries.
So a good recovery from both Palmer and Mimley, but there's still a lot of work to get them to anywhere close of what they would want to.
This time he's going down the ground again. This is another big one, and in fact it goes for 4. One bounce into the boundary for 4. We're getting a bit confused here because there's a clear mark where the World Cup boundaries were, and now it has been pulled back. So we're not going with the mark, we're going with the rope.
So Mimley on this occasion, really having a go at Imran Khan.
This time Imran hangs this one in the air, but Minley is nicely forward. Minley is proving to be a bit of a thorn here in TNT's side. That's a good delivery. Midland leg, Yorker length. Looking to turn away from him. It's the end of the over. And let's see. It seems as if Brian Charles is going to continue from the fire. And he has bowled 18 overs so far, 4 for 44. Philip has 11, Seals 10, Gabriel 6, and Imran Khan 2. So we've had 47 overs bowled in the day's play.
So yes, it's going to be Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. But what I think is required now, Vinod, is for Imran Khan and his troops just to remain patient at this time and not try too many things.
Normally when there is a stubborn late order partnership, the bowling team tries all sorts of things and just forget the basics. And this is why you see some great recoveries. But if you stick to the basics, more often than not, the wickets will come. This time, well, I can't understand that shot from Palmer, but what I can tell you is Carripe has just opened a hat business. All 3 hats fell off his head. Talk about a man wearing more than one hat.
But very impressive feeling by Carripe. Chased that one on slide and got in that throw very quickly into the mid of Joshua De Silva.
And imagine he had on 3 hats and a sunshade over it. Pushed up on the offside. So Charles continuing his good work from the far end.
So it's going to be Charles. Excellent delivery again from Brian Charles. Minley could do no more but just defend it back to the bowler.
How good is Brian Charles, Anil?
Well, he's been around the regional circuit for quite a while. I must admit that he must be highly rated amongst, the off spinners playing their trade around the West Indies.
Well, he's bowled 18 overs, 83 dot balls, and has taken 4 wickets for 45 runs. He has been good. So we're going to see from the northern end, the captain Imran Khan to continue. Do you think at this point in time, Anil, Imran Khan should go for Jason Mohammed?
Well, Jason Mohammed has proven over and over again with to be the man of the goal, and the man of the goal, and if I'm tempted to give Brian Charles, a bit of a rest, definitely Jason Mohammed or Jed Gooley per se would be given should be given that opportunity. Or possibly, I would like to see Shannon come back for a short boost.
That's a good delivery. That was the googly on that occasion, taking the outside edge of the bat, but falling way short of slip. There's no way that Gary Pay, as good as he is, could have taken that catch. So Imran Khan starting well as captain today. Jamaica 132 for 7, but he would not want this to continue. These two have been in there for a while now. Jamaica was 7 down before they reached 100.
So these both Palmer and Minley, have really gone about this repair job in a very meticulous manner.
Sammy's on caught and ball. Imran Khan has struck. Palmer going again deep into his crease, looking to force it through the offside. The mistake he made was that he forced it right back to Imran Khan. And all he had to do was come forward and complete the offering. And he has taken it, he has accepted it like a proposal. And it's 132 for 8.
So excellent delivery, but more impressively, that return catch.
So Imran Khan gets rid of Palmer. Paul Palmer batted for quite a while. And the new batsman now coming is Nicholson Gordon.
Do you know anything, you have any information on Mr. Gordon?
We always have information on it. You just ask and you will get it. Rudy Ramisa is here. He's our statistician. So, at this point in time, there were calls for Imran Khan as captain. Take the ball, look to finish this innings. He's come back and he has already struck. This is his 4th over, is it? His 3rd over, and he has struck. And you were asking about Mr. Nicholson Gordon. Did I ever tell you he was born in Westmoreland in Jamaica? And he did play for the Jamaica on the 19 and the West Indies on the 19 team as well. And he's a right arm fast medium. Would have played 8 first class matches. Scored 62 runs at an average of 6.2. And would have taken 26 wickets at an average of 19.61. That's impressive. 26 wickets at 19.61.
Very impressive at the regional level.
Yeah, very impressive with the ball. And so he's been around. Nicholson Gordon. Sam Khan again. And he is no young man. He's 31. So, it's the end of that over. Successful one for Trinidad and Tobago. And the Brian Charles is going to continue from the fire.
With the test series coming fast, I'm sure that these guys definitely will want to put their hands up, and create some kind of buzz amongst the Caribbean public in regards to their performance.
Yeah, that's an important toast. So they'll definitely want to put their hands up, and it's carnival season in Trinidad. They may want to put their hands up for that as well. As Minley pushes this on the offside. Are you going to carnival, Anil? In one of those pods that has been constructed at the Queen's Park, Savannah?
Yes, Bernard, I'd definitely like to
Well, Anil Lakan will have a pod at the Queen's Park Savannah for Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago. Want to wish you all the best and hope you remain safe, Anil. Well, Brian Charles he has started the mass here today, 4 wickets. Here he is. Nicholson is forward in the approved manner. So as wickets continue to fall, it increases the opportunity for Charles because the tail enders are now well inside.
And what is equally important and impressive, Brian Charles, is that he's kept what he does very simple.
I want to agree with that. Big Shannon Gabriel fielding there.
Had a really good opening burst this morning. Pacey spell.
In the air, but safely. So Minley is going to continue to play the way Minley knows. So 135 for the loss of 8. I want to say good afternoon to the manager of the Ghana Amazon Warriors, Omar Khan, former West Indies manager as well, and former Trinidad and Tobago Red Force manager. So Omar has been... We spoke this morning about man management. We spoke this morning about what Omar did in New Zealand. And it's so befitting that the man himself could be here, Anil.
I would like to say a pleasant good afternoon, Mr. How are you?
This time Imran Khan bowls a delivery that follows Mindy. That was the googly. And Mindy getting himself in all sorts of tangles there, Anil.
Yeah, just pulling away on this occasion, and the googly was following him.
Mindy's on 16. TNT would want to wrap this up before 150, you would think. Big shot through the offside, and that's 4. So Makino Minley scoring some important runs here at the back end of this innings. He's reached 20.
Well, on this occasion, he went inside out very impressively and caressed that through that cover region, and it resulted in a boundary.
Well, 20 runs could mean so much on a very dry track that is expected to play low and slow as the match progresses. 20 runs could be golden. Trinidad and Tobago needs to wrap this up quickly because they will be batting last on this track. They would want to bowl Jamaica out quickly, bat for an extended period, put up a good first innings lead, and then look to bowl Jamaica out a second time. They would not want, if they have to chase a target, they would not want to be chasing a big one on this track.
And you could not have said it better, you know. On a track like this, day 1 and day 2 is going to be the best days for batting.
Oh.
After possibly second session on day 2, it's possible it's going to get very low and slow.
This is a very dry track, and because there is, I don't think there was enough preparation moisture going into this track. This is why it would not last the way they would want it to last towards the back end.
And I want to ask this question, Vinod. A track of this nature, does it really help with the development of our regional batsmen?
Definitely it can't. I know that a lot of cricket was played here recently for the World Cup. So this track would have been used on a number of occasions.
And is it a case where the groundsman didn't have adequate time to really put the kind of surface that you would expect?
Mindy drives again, so Mindy is settling down nicely. Sammy's down the track, looking to swing this somewhere in the vicinity of Cow Corner. But that one rushed on to him. It went down behind square.
Would you be tempted to give Brian Charles a rest at this stage of Vinod?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult to get the ball out of his hands. This is in the air. Could the catch be completed? Yes, that is 5 for Brian Charles.
So congratulations to Brian Charles for a really great bowling effort here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, and that,
starting off this regional season with a 5er, what more, can we ask from this young man?
well, Brian Charles in the last season, he took 17 wickets with a best of 5 for 87. And he ended that season at an average of 29.17. He has started very well towards this innings here now, and this season, and he has taken his a 5-wicket haul on the opening day. That's put Trinidad and Tobago in a very good position at 141 for the loss of 9.
So I would really, really want him to, finish it off in this over, Vinod, and get it. And, get 6 wickets.
Well, you were just asking the question, Anil, whether he should come out of the attack, and I was telling you it's going to be very difficult to prize that ball away from him. But he has ensured that he has now taken his 5th.
And I must say he has put Trinidad and Tobago in a really, really a strong position at this stage, Vinod.
Well, this time he's bowled him. That's it. It's all over. And that's the end of the innings. Marquino Minley is bowled by Brian Charles, and he finishes with 6 for TNT. A brilliant effort by the off-spinner, who normally plies his trade at Alescon Comets Cricket Club on the domestic scene. And Trinidad and Tobago will be very happy with that performance. Jamaica bowled out for 141.
Well, from a Jamaican Scorpions point of view, Vinod, I'm sure they would not be happy with this score of 141. Hasn't taken the initiative to have first strike on this track.
Well, you can see the face of some very pleased men as they walked out around lunchtime with 1 wicket down, 75 on the board. If someone would have told them at 141 that'll be the end of it, I don't think they would have believed that. But a great effort. Brian Charles takes the lead as they walk off. You can look at him there, all smiles. 6 wickets for the young off-spinner, and he has put his country in a very good position on the opening day. Manager Sebastian is there to greet him, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be very happy with this performance.
I'm sure the entire coaching staff.
Well, just to cut you there, Anil, the scorecard. You had Log, he was caught by Mohammed of Seals for 1. Campbell caught Khan Bowl Charles 25. Blackwood caught Simmons Bowl Charles 44. Palmer caught and Bowl Khan 24. Williams caught Seals Bowl Charles 5. Morrison run out without scoring. Derval Green caught Charles Bowl Seals for none. And Jamie Merchant, he was LBW to Charles without scoring. Marquino Minley was the last man dismissed. He was dismissed for 25. Harty was not out without scoring. And prior to him, Gordon made 1. 141 all out. Your thoughts, Anil, as I think now we will, after your comments, we take a short break for the tea break. And the bowling, Gabriel 6 overs, none for 23. Seals 10 overs, 2 for 17. He was impressive today. Phillips also bowled well. He was unlucky as well as Gabriel. Phillips 11 overs, none for 26. Brian Charles, the star of the show, he took 6 wickets for 48 runs. And Imran Khan had 1 for 11. So that's it at the tea break. We take a short break and we will rejoin you in about 15 minutes or so. Well, welcome back. Just on the stroke of tea, Jamaica being bowled out for 142, and Trinidad and Tobago will be chasing that, and hopefully for them, they'll be looking to get a lot more. But opening the batting today is Captain Imran Khan, who started his career as an opening batsman, would you believe? And he is in there because of the fact that Isaiah Raja, who replaced Jeremy Solozano, can't open the batting today because he damaged his finger feeling at third slip. So it's going to be Makino Minley from the northern end. He's into Keegan Simmons, who has been informed in the national trials. Simmons will feel good as that one came onto the bat. He was able to feel the ball onto the bat early, which is always good. As I say, good afternoon to Vishal.
Good afternoon, Vinod. Good afternoon to everyone looking on at this stream live on Windies Cricket. Yes, and both these guys opening for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force had been in exceptional form in the trial matches leading up to this Regional 4. Keegan Simmons in his 3 first-class matches, his adolescent career as a Regional 4-day player, 127 runs at an average of 31.75.
Yeah, that's a good average, but he'll want to improve on it still. And this time he gets a quick single. That one, that Imran Khan was right up with him. Imran Khan opening the batting is not surprising. He started his career as an opening batsman before he turned to leg spin bowling. So he played for Trinidad and Tobago youth team as an opening batsman, but by the time he was playing senior grade cricket, he was obviously operating as a leg spinner. That you would see he has taken 423 wickets in regional cricket, which is the most by a Trinidadian.
Yeah, and he has been around for quite a while. Most senior man on the team.
So he's going to face Minley. He drives pleasantly. Runs here for Imran Khan. He takes one, and that is all he'll get. But he has scored over 3,000 runs in his first-class career. So he's no slouch at the bat. 3,426 at a batting average of 21.14 and a bowling average of 23.13. I think that qualifies him to be called an all-rounder.
Yes, definitely so. And he has done well in all facets of the game for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And we spoke about Brian Charles being an excellent servant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket, but what about Imran Khan?
Well, Rudy Ramesa, our statistician, was just telling me that Imran Khan has 2 first-class centuries for Trinidad and Tobago. Listen to this, opening the batting. One as an opener, he said, and one in the middle order.
Well, that's excellent signs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, especially with him opening out there in the middle today.
Well, I thought you were going to say that was excellent work by Rudy. But he will take that. 2 without loss. Here's Minley.
And I think that the Jamaican Scorpions analyst certainly has done some work on Keegan Simmons, because Keegan Simmons is someone who likes to drive through the offside. Who doesn't? But Keegan Simmons loves to do it. And of course, Minley, he have been told that, and he's coming around the wicket now. He's looking to angle that ball into Keegan Simmons.
What we saw in the trials, though, was that Simmons drives pleasantly here. And as you rightfully said, he loves to play that shot. I thought that they could have gotten 3. But the run in between the sticks was not of the best on that occasion. But what we saw at the trials was Simmons putting a price on his wicket. Wickets were falling around him. Batting has been the bugbear for Trinidad and Tobago for quite a while now. At the trials, he batted long. Wickets were falling around him, but he was staying. I think that is a good trait.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from these youngsters. We saw that from Kirsten Kalicharan as well in the trials. He was putting a price on his wicket. What we saw though was guys getting to the 30 and 40 run mark and not being able to carry on. Even reaching the half century and not being able to carry on to a century. So that is what you would want to see them doing in this 4-day tournament. West Indies cricket, of course, has struggled in that department.
But even at the trials, you would have seen Imran Khan coming low and down the order and taking his time, batting for long periods. So I think he has this ambition to also show that he's very capable with the bat.
Yes, and they would need a solid innings from him, captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Especially with Isaiah Raja not being able to bat well as of now.
One hopes that Isaiah is okay and he can take his place. Now it will have to be in the middle order. So one keeps a bit low and signal no ball. The funny thing is that Isaiah came back out and was fielding. So I don't think the injury is that bad, but I don't think they want to take any chances with him.
Yes, definitely so. He'd want to get as much rest as possible. But I think, knowing the character that Raja is, he would have wanted to be out there in the middle very early.
Gordon. That's a lovely shot there by Khan. And well timed. He gets one. Well, that was the on drive. Gordon has a pretty impressive first class. I mean, he's still early, although he's 31. He's taken 26 wickets at 19.31, which is impressive.
Yes, and they would need well, with the score that they had, 142 in the first innings. They really want to prize out some early wickets here, the Jamaica Scorpions, and they would look to Marquino, Mindley, and Nicholson Gordon for that. Get them off to a good start. But what we could see very early as well is the introduction of Patrick Harty, with a wicket-taking spin as it is. Left arm orthodox Patrick Harty.
Well, Harty got 22 wickets in the last season at an average of 32.22. So we wait to see him. But it's Gordon at the moment. Well left. The Jamaicans are on all-out attack. 3 slips a gully. It's point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. In position.
Yes, and they would want to make best use of this new ball that is available here. Keegan Simmons, you don't want to let him settle, being in the form that he is. And as we speak, some dark clouds just hovering across the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. I don't think it will prove to be any danger to the cricket out there.
No, definitely not, because it's high up and it's right over the stadium. To the left of us, which is the eastern side of the ground, that's where the rain normally comes from, and you have a clear blue skies across there. So I don't think it's a worry. That's a good delivery there on that occasion by Gordon. It was back of a length, angling across the left-hander. Always presents that opportunity to get an edge to the slip Gordon.
What we are seeing from Keegan Simmons though is that he's meeting the ball. He's just feeling the ball onto the bat, getting a feel of the wicket. Because those deliveries, he could have easily punched it through the offside. He's already met it. But at the same time, he's looking to just feel the ball onto the bat.
Simmons, I think, would think that he had missed out there. Had he gotten a faint tickle on that, that might have gone for 4. So ideally, Trinidad and Tobago, with loads of time before them, they would want to occupy the crease, take their time, get a good foundation going before looking to play any rash shots and worry about the pace at which runs are coming. I think this provides an excellent opportunity for all the batsmen on the Red Force team.
Yes, definitely so. And the energy and the confidence of the team will certainly be up with that performance. And getting into a tournament and getting such a start very early is quite important.
Yeah, that's very important indeed. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So here's Minley again from an angled approach. And Imran Khan, who is a very talented cricketer, started his career as an opening batsman, as we just said, at Alescon Comets Cricket Club. And he has now carried that to the higher level. He has played for the West Indies A team. He's no slouch with the bat, as Ramisa was saying earlier on. He has a century opening for Trinidad and Tobago. So he'll have that on the back of his mind. Squares up nicely, getting behind it. You can look at him and see that he has the attributes of being an opener. That's the way he approaches his innings.
Yes, and what he's doing well as well is that he's playing the ball very late. And he's that's allowing him to negotiate whatever movement that there is on offer from Marquino Mindley.
But isn't that the hallmark of any good batsman?
Yeah.
Who can play as late as possible, especially the openers. I know you opened for George Village Club. This time he cracks the square. This is going to run away very close to the boundary, and Khan comes back for two. That was short and wide. Deserved the treatment. Back to playing late. I know that you are an opener for George Village Cricket Club, am I right? In South Trinidad, Southeast?
Correct.
And you normally know about playing late. But you play when the ball is in the keeper's hands.
Well, Vinoda, I'm not sure what is your source of information. I think you need to rethink that source.
It's a trusted source. It came from Barrel. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That is as straight as you can get it. And it's running over the ropes now. What a shot. That's straight down the ground. Not a man move. The only man moved there was the doubles man because he was serving someone. That's 4 runs.
It was pure elegance and timing from Imran Khan. Not looking to overhit that one. Just well pitched up there by Marquino Mindley, and all he had to do was present a full face.
Yes, indeed. Khan is looking as if he has loads of time to play. That's another attribute of a good batsman.
Yes, and what we are seeing as well is the wicket seems to be slowing down a bit now that it has dried out.
Well, the funny thing, Visham, is I think Mindley, Gordon is a bit pacey, but not Mindley.
Yeah.
But as it's actually drying down, it should play faster. This is pushed away to cover. Again, Khan doing what is right, which is getting behind the line of it and just playing straight as he can. 8 to Khan, 3 to Simmons.
What we saw during the tea interval as well is the groundsman using that blower on the wicket.
Definitely the wear and tear would lead to dusting, so to speak. And this track is already dry, so very dry. It's as dry as a biscuit. Gordon.
Gordon has adopted the similar approach that we saw from Marquino Mindley, coming around the wicket to Keegan Simmons with 3 slips and a gully in position. Backward point, cover, forward square leg, wide-ish mid-on, and a wide fine leg as well.
So it's been a really good day for cricket here at Nebraska Cricket Academy. The weather is held nicely. Just a bit of cloud cover. You look at the eastern end of us where the flags are. Simmons rides this, just getting up on his toes. And it's not very windy. And this is why you find the clouds are just hovering over the ground. If you look out there, Visham, you would see the cloud is just hovering around the stadium. To the left of us is very clear, and to the right of us is very clear.
It's very true. So the grey clouds just covering the stadium. And it's not really blowing away.
I'm tempted to say, wow.
Well, I guess you can say it.
Uppishly there. Safely. He's going to get 2. Gordon is really bending his back. He has a nice high jump on delivery stride. Generates his pace by hitting the deck as hard as possible.
What Simmons is doing well is that he's playing the ball on its merit.
On that occasion, right in front of his eyes, he would have seen acres of space. So he was able to push that, though uppishly, into the gap. Just outside the off stump, into the gloves of the wicketkeeper there on that occasion.
Well, it's good adjustment there from Nicholson Gordon, realizing that the last 2 deliveries was a bit too wide outside the off stump. It allowed Simmons to play freely. This time, just adjusting his line. Not much his length. And Simmons is beaten outside the off stump. Hitting the deck really hard, Nicholson Gordon.
So that's the end of the over, the end of it. TNT responding to 142. They are 16 without loss. Let's take a break. Well, as you can see there, Visham, the clouds that we were speaking about, it's just hovering over the stadium. To the left, it's clear. To the right, it's clear. Just after the stadium, it's clear. And behind us, it's clear. This is just a cover for the stadium. It's like a cap.
Yes. Whatever grey you are seeing to the left is that of the bushfires.
Yes. When I turned to my left, whatever grey I saw, I thought it was the hair of Mr. Rudy Ramisa. Mr. Ramisa and Mr. Bikram Das are guys who agree. Mr. Ramrup, who is in the center of them, to form the sandwich. He's all black. This one keeps low. That's a good shout. And not out, says the umpire. Imran Khan is indicating that he might have gotten an inside edge. But I tell you, that might have been the only thing to have saved him on that occasion.
Yes, so he's certainly showing that to Marquino Mindley. As he walks back now, I'm sure he'll be inquiring from the umpire as to why that was not out. course, as we continue to say, the umpire has the best seat in the house.
Here is Markino Minley. Elegant looking shot there by Khan. Spectacular shot there by the man Shakil the Barrel John.
Shakil the Barrel John, he told me, we went to Toko on Sunday. He told me that he had to go to the beach before he came to do camera work on this production.
Yes. Warming up. Minley. I like how Khan is looking unfussed, to be honest.
Yes, and what he's doing well as well is that he's covering the line of those deliveries nicely. He's moving across. His initial movement is back and across, covering those line nicely, negotiating whatever movement there is being presented by Markino Mindley.
Again, this one keeping low, but Khan got back onto it again. And as Mindley was going up to appeal, he came back down, just like the price of oil. And the score remains 16 without loss.
What we are seeing from Khan, though, is that he's not really coming forward. He is playing upright. And those two deliveries that struck him on the pad, I thought that proved to be his demise in executing those defensive shots.
Well, on both occasions, the ball kept low. So he's playing on length. And if he gets through bonks, then he can play. That's a lovely delivery. That was probably the best of the deliveries we have seen from the Jamaicans so far. It pitched and just curved away. It was back of a length as well. So Khan would have been in two minds whether to go back or come forward. And luckily for him, he did not get an edge.
It's just fending outside the off stump and the seas. It's rehearsing that a leave that he should have been adopted.
Good call there on that occasion by Khan.
What I really like about today's cricket as well, this apart from the cricket on show on the outfield, is that the fans, they are really getting behind the players. Well, whatever fans they are.
Well, Mr. Kanu, who was with us earlier on, he was saying that once Trinidad and Tobago, people realize Trinidad and Tobago are batting, they're going to come in. So just a summary of the Jamaican innings, as you can see, 141, Blackwood 44, Campbell 25, Palmer 24, Minley 22, Branchard 6 for 48, Seals 2 for 17, and a wicket to Imran Khan.
Yes, what a performance from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with the ball. We want to transcend that into the batting performance. And what a batting lineup the Red Force team has as well. Guys like Karaya, Raja.
Young Guli has been in form. Again, Khan is falling wise out like before. Imran Khan, he looks at that bat again, but obviously he has fallen into a groove. You know, sometimes just a bad habit of falling over. We saw him do that twice in the last over, but it was Gordon who had that one thundering into his pads. He is shaking his head as if to suggest, he even pointed to his bat. So Khan goes for 9 of 15, and at the moment, the TNT guys, they have lost their first wicket.
Oh, well, Khan, we're just analysing the manner in which he's approaching those fuller deliveries. And, well, the extra pace of Nicholson Gordon coming to the fore and proving to bear fruits for the Jamaica Scorpions. The man coming to the crease now, Joshua De Silva, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. Imran Khan leg before to Nicholson Gordon for 9 of just 15 deliveries. The score at the moment, Red Force, in response to Jamaica's Scorpions 141, they are 17 for 1. We are into the 6th over. Cool conditions at the Brownline Cricket Academy as the flags of both teams, both countries, just calm to the left of us. That normally signals the wind on offer here at the venue. At the moment, very calm. Joshua Silva. The Red Force would want a big knock from him. You would consider him a senior man now that he's on the international stage for the for the West Indies team, being the vice captain as well of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Silva bats at 8 sometime for the West Indies in test matches. And in 2020, he scored 507 runs for the TNT Red Force with a best of 113 not out and an average of 50.7 with 3 half centuries and a century.
That performance certainly helped him reach where he is at the moment, that is on the international stage. He really had a good last couple of years, Joshua De Silva. He's really risen.
Well. That actually left on bounce. That was left on length and it bounced over the stumps, through to the wicket keeper.
Earlier we were speaking about batsmen trusting the bounce on this wicket, and there's Keegan Simmons' testament to that.
So whipped away down behind square. Lovely timing and placement. That's 4 runs. Bad delivery on that occasion by Gordon bowling around the wicket. He angled it into the left-hander and he just helped it around the corner.
Well, in an effort to just alter his line and length a bit there, Nicholson Gordon just too straight and put away nicely by Keegan Simmons. And he would like that. First boundary to him.
This time he's nicely behind this one.
So exactly what the Jamaica Scorpions would have wanted was an early wicket, and certainly Nicholson Gordon providing that. And must commend Markino Mindley for the work he has done from the other end as well.
Mindley and Gordon, good opening pair. So TNT 22 for 1. Remember, the Jamaicans were bowled out for 141. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, I want to thank Visham Lalman for his comments over the last period or so. And let me welcome Ronnie Bikram Das. For the first time today, he has been taking in the action with all the wickets falling around him. And I'm sure that he will have his own thoughts as to how things have transpired today. Good afternoon, Ronnie.
Thank you very much, Vinod. It's always a pleasure.
So here's Mindley. Silva nicely behind that.
So Jamaica, they are really fighting back here. getting that early wicket of Captain Imran Khan. A makeshift opener as such for this game, given the injury of Solazano and Isaiah Raja. He did do his job to a certain extent.
So outside the off stump, keeps low again, so that end continues to keep low. De Silva was on the back foot though. He was able to negotiate it at the final moment.
And that's something the bowlers were going to take advantage of, fully advantage of. And as you can see that at the moment, Minley is pitching that ball up. The minute it keeps low, the batsman misses, he's in play. Right? He's going to definitely either LBW or bowl down is in play. So that's really smart bowling by the Jamaicans, and Minley in particular.
Well, he has the experience, Marquino Minley. A rare short delivery, just back of a length. Simmons is a tall man.
And as you rightly mentioned, the pace of the bowlers is keeping the batsman on their back foot. And given the fact that the wicket is playing a bit low, it's not really good technique at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not playing on the back foot. They should be trying to come forward as much as possible. But to those back of a length deliveries and deliveries like that, you can't find yourself coming forward. You could get into some serious problems.
And that's a very good delivery, a surprise delivery. It actually surprised Simmons there, and he did well to get to duck under that one and let it go through to the keeper. So a very good mixture of bowling we see here from the Jamaicans, keeping the batsmen on their toes as such.
So nicely behind it, poses for the camera. And the lone cameraman who was here today in the hot sun has decided to go back in, as the sun is not hot anymore.
Well, that cloud that you mentioned is still hovering over us. It's nice cool condition out there for the cricketers. The fielders in particular, the Jamaicans, would be enjoying this conditions here.
Wide to interest Simmons there on that occasion. It brings it over to a close. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So De Silva has a big role here to play.
No,
Did enjoy his last season, as we said earlier on. 500 runs at an average of 50.7. So, a testing period here for Trinidad and Tobago. Khan going for 8. Or was it 9? I think he made 9. And Simmons and De Silva in good conditions for the bowlers now in terms of the weather. It's cool. There's cloud cover. Should help the seamers.
Well, that's a natural inclination that the overcast condition will help swing. Right.
It's Gordon from the far end. It's ball beautiful delivery right up in the block hole, and he's yorked him. Simmons looks bemused by all this. He leaves the arena, bowled all over the shop for 11. He can't believe it. And Trinidad and Tobago, they've lost their second wicket with 24 runs on the board.
Yes, lovely delivery there from that's Gordon.
Yes.
Getting that one to come back in and knocking the off stump. What a good delivery, and that's a very good breakthrough. We know Keegan Simmons once he's settled, we know what he can do. No.
So Jason Mohammed is the next man up, and he will have to guide this very young batting lineup. He's the most experienced of them all out there. Mohammed being a former national captain, a West Indies player as well. So it's just coming up to 40 minutes after the resumption after tea. And TNT starting the innings after tea. They have progressed to 24 for 2. And the Jamaicans are showing here, Ronnie, that they're not going to make things easy.
Yeah, definitely. The two opening bowlers have hit a very good line and length to start with. Put the batsman under pressure, and the pressure tool, bowling that nice tidy line and length outside the off stump. It was difficult for the batsman to negotiate, and with that little movement there again, given the overcast condition as well, it made it a little more difficult for the batsman, and their judgment wasn't as they would expect, and they played down the right line, left balls that they shouldn't, play on the back foot when they should be on the front foot, and because of that now, that added pressure by the Jamaican bowlers, it made life difficult for the batsmen, and because of that, Jamaica taken 2 wickets already and put in the TNT middle order now under some pressure.
Yeah, well, Mohammed is there. He's experienced, and he's going to call on every ounce of that experience right now to get through this difficult period. He helps it on its way for 4. Badly line delivery on that occasion there by Gordon, and Mohammed didn't look fussed. Just calmly guided it down to long leg for 4.
Yeah, that's the experience he brings to this batting lineup, and his calm demeanor. It's exactly what is required for the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup at the moment. That calm demeanor to settle the batting lineup. And he Joshua De Silva, yes, he's young, he's inexperienced when it comes to international cricket, but he has Jason Mohammed there to work with him and guide him through this period.
He struck on the pad, loud appeal for leg before, might have been struck just outside the leg stump, as he was looking to play through the onside, and that's the end of a very good over there by Gordon. More thoughts on Ronnie Bikram Das?
Yeah, definitely a very good over, picking up that important wicket of Keegan Simmons, and immediately putting pressure on the new batsman Jason Mohammed. Again, pitching that ball up, getting that ball to nip around. That is what is required. Utilize this new ball. It's new, it's shiny. You're going to get some movement of it. And that's what you need to do. Pitch it up, utilize that movement, and take full advantage of the wicket, what it's doing.
Gordon, 26 wickets coming into this match in first class cricket at an average of a 19.16. He has now taken
Somebody
2
on.
wickets here
Yeah, somebody on.
again,
Somebody on.
and that record is showing is showing his record has given him a reputation of being a wicket taker, and you're seeing that here, 2 wickets already this afternoon. It's going to be Derval Green, and Green is taking the attack up from the northern end. Here's Green.
First ball down the leg side. De Silva just allowing that one to go down to the keeper. So the all-rounder Derval Green into the attack. He's a skiddy bowler, gets a ball to skid through. He's not the typical tall, fast bowler. Short and stocky, and gets the ball to skid onto the batsman a bit quicker than they expected.
Well, last season, Green took 22 wickets, Ronnie, at an average of 24.86. A best of 5 for 75 in an innings and 9 for 160 in a match. So he knows a thing or two about bowling.
Well, coming in as first change, he has to be one of the major bowlers or main bowlers in the bowling lineup. And, well, his first delivery is down the leg side.
This is much better. But probably like to come a bit closer to the right-hander.
Yeah, there you can see getting it to shape away from the right-hander. So he needs to be a little closer on that off-stump line to make the Silva play at those deliveries, and will bring the outside edge into play. He has 2 slips in play, so he needs to get that ball a bit closer to De Silva in order for him to utilize those slip feelers.
Again, along the same line. The first time these 2 countries would have met here at the Brown Lion Cricket Academy, that was in 2020. The match ended in a draw. In fact, that was the second occasion. The first match was in 2019, March 14th to the 17th, and the TNT won by 85 runs. And that was followed by a clash on the 9th of January 2020, and that game ended in a draw. So TNT has a good record at this venue against Jamaica. Joshua De Silva will be looking for a long knock with the England Test Series ahead. Green bowls closer to De Silva this time, too close, and he just plays it away on one side. So in recent times, TNT versus Jamaica, if I can just look back to some of the recent results, Ronnie, last time that they played in the regional tournament, the match was cancelled. And that would have been on the 2nd of April. COVID would have struck around that time. Just before that, they would have drawn in Trinidad and Tobago. At the right here at the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. Prior to that, in March 2019, TNT won by 85 runs. And in January 2019, TNT won by 157 runs in Jamaica. So the last 4 occasions that these 2 teams have met, 1 match has been cancelled, 1 has ended in a draw, and TNT has won twice.
Well, TNT has the upper hand, and at the moment, they would have thought they had the upper hand after bowling the Jamaicans out for 142. But at the moment, the Jamaicans are really fighting back.
Mohammed is forward.
And that's what you're going to get from Jason Mohammed here. He's going to buy this time. He's going to play the good ball, and he's going to wait for that bad delivery and where he could score and take full advantage of. So he's a good person, a good batsman for this situation currently with the Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, in 2020, he scored 119, Jason Mohammed, and that was against the Windward Islands in Rousseau. Just prior to that, he got 121 against Barbados in Bridgetown, which is no easy feat. And again, 2020, 115 not out versus Barbados right here at the Brown Cricket Academy. And then you go back to 2017 where he scored 113 against the Windward Islands again. So he's no stranger to getting runs at this level.
Yes, I remember when he scored those hundreds in that regional level. I did an interview with him at the Cricket Center, and he said he really wants to get back or into that West Indies setup, and he was looking forward to that 2019 season to score runs and show that he's still able to perform at that level. But the COVID came, and he was unable to really perform and score runs. So he still has ambition to play for West Indies.
Well, he has produced some good figures in recent times. Whether it's enough to convince the West Indies selectors to give him a chance at the longer level, and at the test level, we wait to see.
Well, he has an opportunity here to really put his head down and bat long, get a nice big total here for his team.
It's a top shot there by De Silva at only a single.
De Silva, on the other hand, it's a very good opportunity for him here, batting at number 3. He normally bats at 4 for the Red Force, 4 or 5 around there. But he has an opportunity now to bat at number 3 and show his true potential. We all know the amount of runs he can score at this level, scoring 100 in the last time he played. So he is capable, and he has a perfect opportunity here to set himself and get another big score, because he hasn't been among the runs for West Indies of late, and it's a perfect opportunity for him to get back into the runs column.
Do you think he's batting too late down the order, and this is what guiding him towards those lower scores?
I do agree. I think he needs to bat higher up for West Indies, but it's the West Indies team selection, is the management. They decide together with the captain who needs to go in which order, and that's the order they prefer to send him. Right, with the likes of Jason Holder doing well as the number 1 all-rounder in Test cricket, so he is preferred to De Silva at the moment.
Well, De Silva on many occasions have been left batting with the tail in Test matches.
Yes, he has. And he has put up some good scores. Well, scores not sufficient, but he has batted well with the tail on a number of occasions to extend the innings, as they would say. But he is very capable. He's showing very good defense at the moment.
Yes.
We know he's a naturally attacking batsman, but he's showing real resolve here and batting for the team, given the situation that they are in. And that's good to see. That shows maturity. The fact that he's not just playing for himself, he's playing for the situation, the position the team is in at the moment.
That shows character. This time it's flicked away beautifully down through square leg, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Over pitch delivery, all he had to do was to help it down behind square, and that shot drew an applause from the fans here in the stands at the Northwest stand.
Yes, an excellent shot. Just drifting down the leg side there is Green, and a lovely pickup there from De Silva. And that will really give him a lot of confidence, and it shows the same maturity that we were talking about early on in waiting on the bad deliveries. The good deliveries you pay them, the bad deliveries you put them away.
This is a beautiful shot again, finds cover. He's unhappy about that. De Silva.
Well, there's
Really
no
good
one
talent.
sweeping on that cover boundary. So had he pairs that gap either between cover and point or cover and extra cover, it would have been 4 runs.
So, Ronnie's favorite bowler, Durval Green. Simon Silva's again stretching, and what Green is doing here, good Ronnie, he's getting him to play away from his body. He's getting him to push out, and that is what he wants, because if he can get him to push way outside the off stump, he loses control and anything can happen out there. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to coverage of this game between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. And the first round of this, the West Indies Championship 2021-2022. And just after the conclusion of the first drinks break, after the tea interval, the first hours play after that tea break. At the moment, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 34 for 2. After 11 overs have been bowled by the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. Remember, Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. They didn't have the best of times at the bat. 141 all out in 51.4 overs. And the top scorer for them, Jermaine Blackwood at 44. And John Campbell, the skipper, with 25. So the Red Force, they have a task on their hands now. Nicholson Gordon, his tail is up. He's picked up the 2 wickets. Imran Khan and Keegan Simmons, the 2 openers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm joined by Mr. Anil Lakan, Markino Mindley coming, swapping ends, and he's coming over the wicket to Jayden Mohammed. That one pulled away down to deep square leg, and he picks up 2 runs. Mohammed moves up by 2, 36 for 2. Good afternoon, Mr. Lakan.
Pleasant good afternoon, Vishal. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you are. You're looking at the 4-day championship between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the
So Mindley, he's into his 5th over, conceding some 14 runs. On short again, in the air, and that's going to be 4 runs. Yes, it's 4, so that's over that fielders, well, the wicketkeepers head down to that fine leg boundary for 4. So a testing delivery there for Jayden Mohammed. He was not in control of that.
Yeah, quick delivery from Mindley on this occasion. And Jayden Mohammed took on the hook shot and only succeeded in getting a top edge, which went into the fine leg boundary for 4.
Duval Green was down there at fine leg. It was a bit wide. So luckily for Jayden Mohammed, that did not go anywhere close to that fine leg fielder. Leroy Lugg was giving him something to... Oh, that one down the leg side again. Did he get something onto that, Jayden Mohammed? It's leg buys. So 4 more. Not off the bat of Jayden Mohammed though, but a welcome boundary for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
So the score moves on to 40 for 2. Joshua De Silva is on 8 not out, and Jayden Mohammed is on 11.
Yeah, so... Anil, what do you make of the start here now by both teams? Who do you think is on top at this time?
Well, I think the game is evenly poised at this time, considering that Jamaica scored 142 in their first innings, and the Red Force is at 40 for 2 at this time. So really, nothing to really write about.
Yes, and 2 welcome wickets as well for the Jamaica Scorpions early on. They would have wanted early wickets, and Nicholson Gordon providing them with that. Markino Mindley showing good support. This time a shortish delivery. Not coming to Jayden Mohammed as quickly as he would have wanted. He was on top of it early. And that concludes the 12th over. The score 45 for 2. Mohammed on 12. Joshua De Silva, he is on 8.
So there's going to be a bowling change from the pavilion end.
Just to look at the scorecard, Keegan Simmons, he was dismissed by Nicholson Gordon. He was bowled for 11, just off 27 deliveries. Imran Khan, he was LBW to Nicholson Gordon as well. 9 of 16 delivery. Joshua Silva and Mohammed, of course, they are both there at the moment. Extras at this time, though, for the Jamaica Scorpions, just about 5. 45 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's going to be a bowling change, as you rightfully mentioned, Anil. Bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions, Marquino Mindley, 5 overs, no wickets, 19 runs. Nicholson Gordon, 5 overs as well, 2 wickets, 21 runs. And Derval Green, he's bowled 2 overs, conceding some 4 runs. Short delivery, that's crushed away over that cover fielder, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4.
So a long hop on this occasion from Williams. And Jason Mohammed really climbed into that one and crashed that through that extra cover region for 4 runs. So a welcome boundary for the Red Force, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely so, and they're just about approaching that 50-run mark. They're 49 for 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And when you get deliveries like that in a 4-day game, or the longer format of the game, you want to put it away. This time, a delivery keeping very low there. He was playing on length there, Jason Mohammed. He was looking to pull that. And where it pitched, you would have expected it to bounce, but keeping very low there, Anil.
Yeah, and I'm sure that is a worrying factor for Jason Mohammed with that ball, keeping as low as it did.
Yes, well, we've seen that from that end of the wicket. And Anderson Phillip was bowling earlier. This time nicely behind that one there, Jason Mohammed.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be looking to really consolidate this position going into this last session here, Vishal.
Yes, definitely so. And I think what they would want to do, Anil, is Joshua De Silva and Jason Mohammed. I think both these players would want to bat out to the end of the day's play. I don't think they would want to lose any more wickets. They'd want to bat out and be in a good position, have a good platform for what is to come tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they will want to, set that platform so that the middle and lower order could really take the game away from the Jamaican Scorpions.
Is Williams again. That's a good delivery. Some movement away. Stylishly left alone there by Jason Mohammed. We saw that from John Campbell. And I think they're just copying the Australian star Steve Smith. And Ronnie would like that.
So it's going to be all Will Williams running away from the pavilion end.
So I'm over pitched and driven. Good piece of fielding there by that man at mid-on. Is it Log? Seems to be Leroy Log. That completes the over. 50 for 2. The 50 is up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So that's going to be one milestone that the Red Force, will take off at this time, Vishal. Having scored 50, that's going to be their first score that they want to tap into, and then they will want to build. So the scorecard, Keegan Simmons, he was bowled by Gordon for 11 of 27 deliveries. Imran Khan, who elevated himself into that opening position, was LBW to the pacey Gordon. He scored 9 from 16 deliveries, and the not-out batsman, Joshua De Silva, wicketkeeper, he's on 8 not out, and Jason Mohammed, he's on 17 not out.
This time, and he's hit here, he's struck here, Jason Mohammed, and he's down for the count here now. He's down like an aloo sack there, Anil.
Yeah, painful blow in that midsection, Vishal. Very, very painful.
That's a very, very weird place to get hit, Anil. How would you describe that? He's down there now. He's removed his protection. And the physio is getting out there in the middle.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable area to get hit, Vishal.
Well, Durval Green and the other fielders could see the funny side of it, but Jason Mohammed, certainly, he's not seeing anything funny about that. He's in pain.
Definitely, he is in immense pain as we speak,
But
Vishal.
what can the physio do there, Anil? What's the best he can do?
Give some words of encouragement, Vishal.
Yes, I don't think anything physical can be done there. But just to look at the summary, Jamaica Scorpions 141 all out. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are 50 for 2 at the moment. Jermaine Blackwood for Jamaica Scorpions 44. John Campbell 25. Paul Palmer 24. Markino Mindley, believe it or not, 22. Brand Charles, what a performance from him with the ball. Working his way to 6 for 48. And when the next innings resume, he will be on a hat-trick. And Jayden sees 2 for 17. Imran Khan 1 for 11. Trinidad and Tobago at this time 50 for 2 in 13.1 overs. Jason Mohammed 17 not out. Keegan Simmons 11. Imran Khan 9. And Joshua De Silva, he's on 8 not out. At the moment,
The physio is outside doing some running repairs.
yes, and you see Terrence Hines is out there as well.
And it seems like his protector must have been broken.
Well, he's replaced his his protection.
So for the Jamaican Scorpions, Minley 5.1 over, 19 runs, no wickets. Gordon 5 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets, 21 dots in that. Durval Green 2 overs, 11 dots, 4 runs. And Aldwin Williams 1 over for 5 runs. So the fall-up wickets, the first wicket fell at 17 and the second wicket fell at 24.
Yes.
So Imran Khan was the first casualty. He was LBW on 17 with the score on 17, and Keegan Simmons was bowled all over the shop with the score on 24.
Yes, and at the moment everyone seems to be smiling except Jason Mohammed. The partnership at this time 26 of 33 deliveries, and this is sort of a recovery partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And well, good signs out there in the middle. Jason Mohammed seems to be back up on his feet. Seems to be rearing. Well, he's just stooping now again. But all seems to be good. And Jason Mohammed is ready to go. He's just tying. And at this very stage of the innings, Jamaica, they were 41 for 1. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 50 for 2. Yes, Anil, Jason Mohammed is back up.
Yeah, and Jason Mohammed is one of those guys who is very tough mentally. And he will want to carry on, Vishal, this vigil for as long as possible and really put Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in a ascending position, if I may say so.
Yes, well, these two guys out there in the middle, I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would require something mammoth from these two guys. And Jason Mohammed being the senior man there now, you really need to set the tone for this innings.
And it's important that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen really set themselves for a long vigil, because if they were to score beyond 300 runs, Vishal, they will really be setting up their team, going into the second innings of this game.
Yeah, well, they have an opportunity with Jamaica Scorpions scoring 141. They have an opportunity to capitalize on that and go big. Knock off that 141 and go big. That last delivery there from Mindley, just back of a length, played down to mid-on, no run.
So Millie really getting into his work now, and he just seems to be that type of bowler that, doesn't seem to be quick, but he does have in his armory, that one that he could really, really let go and slip into you.
Smooth run up. Oh, that's a testing delivery again. Wow, what a follow-up delivery there from Marquino Mindley.
But Jason Mohammed on this occasion was equal to the task, in really getting out of the way of that pacey delivery from Mindley.
And what he did well is when he was getting out of the way, he also kept the bat out of the way. Nowhere close to the ball.
So these Jamaican Scorpion fast bowlers are really, really running in and bending their backs at this time.
Here's Mindley again from the fire, and this time getting back and across there, Mohammed, working it away to log at backward point. No run.
So a very testing time for both Joshua De Silva and Jason Mohammed.
Testing period indeed. The bowlers operating as they are at the moment.
And we'll wait an update on Isaiah Raja as to how he is feeling in regards to, oh my goodness. And this is a real peach of a delivery from Mindley, pitching and leaving him at the last moment.
Bounce on offer there from Marquino Mindley. At the very last second, Jason Mohammed just pulling out of the way. And now he's called for the chest guard. He's not taking things lightly there, Anil.
Well, it seems that it's really heating up out in the middle, Vishal, these fast bowlers, and they're really, really, really getting into their work.
Well, they are heating up while the conditions are getting cooler here at the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. Good support. You can hear those guys in the dugout supporting their teammate Jason Mohammed out there in the middle.
Well, I'm sure they'll be comfortable sitting in a dugout. They wouldn't want to be out there at this time, Vishal.
Well, who would want to be out there with Marquino Mindley operating as he is?
So at the end of the over, the score is 50 for 2. Joshua De Silva is on 8 and Jason Mohammed is on 17.
It's going to be Alwyn Williams to continue from the northern end. They're not the best of first overs. He's going to be bowling to Joshua De Silva.
So we are really, really witnessing some quality fast bowling from the Jamaican Scorpions. Fast bowlers.
Yes, and I was very surprised to see Derval Green out of the attack, though. But it's going to be Alwyn Williams. He's bowling to the patient Joshua De Silva.
And on this occasion, Joshua De Silva is stylishly into line and just plays it back to the bowler on this occasion.
Yes, Joshua De Silva, Parkite. Applies his trade for the Queen's Park Cricket Club. They're in the capital, the nation's capital, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago.
One of the most successful local clubs.
Here's Williams, this time moving away in the air there. A good single attained by Joshua De Silva. Good backing up by the Jason Mohammed as well.
Yeah, and it's important that the chemistry between these two players, Vishal, in terms of running, they seem to have that chemistry, which is important in keeping the rotation of the strike.
Yes, very much so. We speak about batting in partnerships, and that's one of the factors that constitutes that. This time worked away there by Jason Mohammed. Down to wide fine leg, picks up a single. So that's what you want to do. When you're not getting the bad deliveries from offered up by the bowlers, you want to just buy your time. Respect those good deliveries being presented. Play the ball on its merit. Most importantly, when you can get those singles, you should take them.
And I think also important as well is your ability to leave the ball outside the line of the off stump, that you don't have to play at.
Yes, this time a good delivery. Cannot leave that though. As one was on the line of the off stump and was well played there by Joshua De Silva. He's one of the most solid batsmen in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
And Joshua De Silva will want to really, get a big score at the start of this championship.
Time again. This ball. So what Williams is doing, he's angling the ball into the right-handed Joshua De Silva. He's getting it to nip away. So there's not much that Joshua De Silva can do with those deliveries at this point.
But Joshua De Silva, being the player that he is very organized. And he's getting into line really nicely. Moving back and across. And allowing the ball to come under his eyes and play it at the last moment.
So again, full and driven away, backward of point. He's gotten one. Will he get two? Yes. Quite comfortably in the end there. So he's into double figures now, Josh De Silva.
And the score moves on to 54 for 2. Joshua De Silva moves on to 11. Jason Mohammed is on 18, and the partnership is now with 30 from 44 deliveries. So it's going at a pretty good clip at this point in time, both these players.
Yeah, definitely so, and that is what Coach Furlong would have asked of these players during that drinks break. I'm sure he would have sent out a message that these two guys are the men to step up here now with the fall of those two early wickets. Step up, bat through today, and come back tomorrow and score big. So we'll have to wait and see how these two go. At the moment, they have a good start on their shoulders.
What Coach David Furlong will want from his entire batting unit is to really bat 4 to 5 sessions and really bat the Jamaican Scorpions out of this game, Vishal.
Wow, and that was an audacious shot there. Well, an attempt by Jason Mohammed. He was looking to cut that one, and that was very close. Too close to cut. Too close for comfort there, Anil.
Yeah, too close to his body on this occasion to execute that cut shot. Is Jason Mohammed. But I'm sure he's going to put that behind him and, focus on the next delivery. So it's going to be Minley from the southern end.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed, with all the youngsters around him, he'd want to set the example. Both him and Imran Khan. Those are two guys to really set the example for the men around them.
And both these guys who are batting out in the middle, Joshua is with the West Indies team at the moment, but Jason Mohammed will do all in his powers, to regain that kind of form that could propel him back into the West Indies setup.
Yes, definitely so. Ronnie was speaking about that earlier in an interview that he had prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and he showed us he was determined. A loud appeal for leg before. That seems to be missing leg there, Anil. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it just seems to be slipping down the leg side. But Jason Mohammed on this occasion just seems to be falling over a bit. Not really trusting himself forward enough on this occasion. Playing from the crease.
Yes. So, good little period here for the Jamaica Scorpions. The sun just peeks back out here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Here's Minley. This time short and punched away nicely through that cover region for the Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, a shot of authority from Jason Mohammed on this occasion. Minley short and wide outside the off stump, and he just stood tall and caressed that ball through that extra cover region. So great shot execution on this occasion from Jason Mohammed, and the score moves up by 4. The score is now 58 for 2, and that takes Jason Mohammed onto 22. And the partnership is now with 34 from 48 deliveries.
Here's Minley again. That's an excellent delivery. Is he out? He's given. Jason Mohammed has to walk back. An excellent comeback there from Marquino Minley. He picks up his first rip slaughter of a delivery there, Anil.
Yeah, it's chin music at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Vishal. Chin music. Short and a really quick delivery on this occasion that Jason Mohammed was not able to negotiate by dropping his hands on this occasion, only resulting in essaying a catch to the wicketkeeper on this occasion. But excellent delivery, good pacey delivery from Minley on this occasion.
Yes, excellent delivery, and really being rewarded for some excellent bowling. Marquino Mindley, a well-pitched delivery, a good line as well, and pacey. So Jason Mohammed, he has to depart for 22, and Mr. Dependent strides to the crease, Yannick Karaya.
So it's going to be the dependable Yannick Karaya coming out to join Joshua De Silva. And just as we were saying that the partnership was building really quickly, the Jamaican Scorpions fast bowlers is able to pry a wicket out.
Yes, definitely so.
So with 15.3 overs to go in the day's play,
well, that's a vital wicket, Anil, from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective. Jason Mohammed, he was set, and he had a good start, and that's something that the coach would have spoken about. I'm sure he would have spoken about this in the team meetings leading up to this West Indies Championship, because we've seen in the trial matches the Red Force batsmen in these matches were getting to those 20, 30, 40, and even the half-century run mark. They have not been able to carry on to bigger scores, and that is something I'm sure they would have spoken about, and they'd want to see that changed in this tournament.
well, take nothing away from the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers.
Yeah.
They have been bowling really. They've been actually giving us a masterclass in fast bowling in the last half an hour. They've been really fantastic. And it has brought rewards for them.
Yes, they have. And I'm sure Karaya walking in there now, Yannick Karaya, this is a test. This is a test for him. Marquino Mindley seems to be a man on a mission. That's wow. What a delivery there. Pitched again, just back of a length. Karaya hanging his bat outside the off stump. And just passing the outside edge, no run. That completes the 16th over. The score 54 for 3. The last man to fall, Jason Mohammed. He was caught behind of the bowling of Marquino Mindley by Morris for 22.
So it's going to be Joshua De Silva to pick up the he's going to be facing
here is Green. So a change in the bowling. Derval Green taking up the attack, replacing Alwyn Williams from the northern end. He's on the money straight away. So you would have seen what Marquino Mindley and Nicholson Gordon have been doing. And remember, Green had bowled 2 overs prior to this. And he just conceded some 4 runs. He's back into the attack here now. The man who's shrewd to the crease, Yannick Karaya. He's played 64 first-class matches. 2,578 runs at an average of 26.85. This one's worked away fine. That's going to be 4. So 4 runs to Joshua De Silva and to the total of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They climb now to 62 for 3.
Yeah, badly lined delivery on this occasion from Green. And Joshua De Silva skillfully worked that ball down to that fine leg region for 4 runs. So that will do Joshua De Silva, really good in terms of his confidence, Vishal.
Yes. And let's see how Derval Green responds. This time just back of a length. So altering his line, which is good. See, the weather gods have blessed us with exceptional weather today, Anil, for a good day's cricket.
Fantastic day of cricket so far, Vishal. And we have been blessed with really, really cooled weather this afternoon.
Quick single here by Josh De Silva. It's good running. These two batsmen quick between the wickets, De Silva and Yannick Karaya.
And both of these players would have played a lot together at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. So they would have, developed, that running between the wickets in terms of their communication, Vishal.
Yes, that's very important. Being able to communicate with each other between the wickets is an important asset. We all know lack of communication can prove to be very costly at times.
And one of the most important aspects of running, you don't stutter. Because that normally will result in a run out.
Yeah, we saw that in the last innings, Jamaican Scorpions innings. That's stuttering.
So it's going to be green to Karaya. And this one is wide outside the off stump. Karaya has nothing to do with it and just allows it to go into the glove of wicketkeeper Morris.
Yeah, well, those sort of deliveries are not going to challenge Yannick Karaya. This over green has just conceded one boundary of the bat of Joshua De Silva, the second ball of the over. He since then come back well. He's conceded some one run after that. This time just bringing it a bit closer, but I think he would need to be on about that fourth, fifth stump line. That completes the over. The score 59 for 3.
So after 17 overs, score 59 for 3. De Silva is on 16 and Yannick Karaya is still to get off the mark. But the Jamaican Scorpions have really, really, in the last half an hour, Vishal, they have been asking questions of the batters. And just to give you a summary of what has taken place so far, Jamaica won the toss and batted. They scored 141. Jermaine Blackwood, he top scored with 44. Skipper John Campbell, he got 25. Palmer got 24. Minley 22.
Yes, and in the meantime, Anil, sorry to cut you there. That one was edged past that second slip fielder. And it flew down to that third man fence for 4. So
is it a case where the Jamaican bowlers are really extracting some steepling bounce from this Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch?
Yeah, well, De Silva, he was forward and he was just hanging his bat out there. And luckily for him, that did not go to hand. It met a diving Jermaine Blackwood. We know the kind of fielder that he is. A quick single here for De Silva.
So good communication on this occasion from Yannick Karaya and Joshua De Silva. With that single, the score moves on to 64 for 3. That takes De Silva to 21.
Yes, that last delivery there from Mindley. Well played by Karaya. Off hands. This time again, Karaya. Very watchful. Playing it late. A short delivery on the body. On the money. And on the body.
So Minley is really testing the technique of Yannick Correa with his short pitch deliveries on the body.
Really like the employment of that short leg fielder though.
Well, it's a very attacking move from Captain John Campbell. He is really giving the kind of support that his bowlers need.
And the field tells me that he is going to be facing a barrage of short bowling. That last delivery just fueled a jump. A choreographic jump from the slip field.
So Correa is off the mark with that shot to backward square. And it's going to be Joshua De Silva to take strike from Minley.
Joshua De Silva. Remember, Minley had him fending at one outside the off stump that flew past that second slip field line, Jermaine Blackwood. Here is Minley again, running away from this one, looking to pull that one, keeping a bit low there under the bat of Joshua De Silva. That completes the 18th over. The score 69 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in response to Jamaica Scorpions 141.
So naughty shot on this occasion from Joshua De Silva, Vishal.
Yeah, very naughty, and I like the way you put it. But again, he was playing on length, and many of these batsmen you see on this track, Anil, at times it seems as though you can trust the bounce, and on other occasions, it seems as though, hey, the ball is not bouncing as much. So a bit of inconsistent bounce on this track.
But what is very disconcerting, sometimes these bowlers are getting some steepling bounce.
Yeah. And that's playing with the minds of the batters.
But it's going to be Durval Green from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Yannick Correa.
That ball just coming back in, pitching and coming back in. But what Correa has done is that he stepped out early and covering the line of that off stump.
Well, showing really good judgment where his off stump is.
Yes.
And that's one of the hallmarks that you have to implement when you want to really sit in there and have a long vigil.
Yeah, you really wanna buy your time early on a track like this. You want to really stamp your authority, cement a foundation that you can use later on.
And most important, you want to stay as long as possible to wear down these fast bowlers.
You just need to weather the storm, as you would say. This one wide. So Correa this time not interested in Green's what he's presenting, what is Green presenting. But I like what I'm seeing. John Campbell, the captain. Is it John Campbell? Yes. No, well, actually Jermaine Blackwood, a senior man. He's having a word with Durval Green. That's excellent to see. Senior Jermaine Blackwood coming down to have a chat with a young bowler, Durval Green.
And he's just simply saying to Durval Green, just keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah.
Bowl the lines, the lengths that we want you to. It's going to be Green.
I'm a bit shorter. And Correa nicely behind it, Anil.
Yeah, Correa is the kind of guy who will not be too bothered at this stage in terms of scoring. If the occasion presents itself, yeah. But he's the kind of player who will bat and bat and bat and bat. He is the kind of player who will weigh you down from a batting perspective.
Yeah, he's a gritty player. And that's why they call him the Wall. Trinidad and Tobago. Much like the name that Rahul Dravid had for India. This time showing Durval Green the maker's name.
And like every other player who is playing in this championship, Vishal, they all will want to do well, and really get the attention of the selectors. And I'll tell you why, because the 3-match test series against England is not too far from coming. And someone who has gotten, 2 or 3 good scores in this first 2 championship games, it's possible that they could be given an opportunity at the international level.
Yes, definitely so. And of course, guys who will be on the team like Joshua De Silva, he would want to just get some runs to his name and really have a big knock in these 2 4-day matches. Well, the first 2 4-day matches.
Well, this is ideal preparation for the test series that's coming up, Vishal, for guys like Joshua De Silva.
Yes. Here is Green to Karaya. This time not in control of that at all. The ball seemed to have stuck in the pad of Yannick Karaya. Yes. But that completes the 19th. 69 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
On this occasion, the ball did not bounce as much as Yannick Karaya hadn't anticipated, Vishal, and it really got him into a tangle.
Yes, and we've seen that on many occasions already in this innings and in the first innings. And you can see Paul Palmer giving Yannick Karaya a mouthful. Let's look at the bowling of the Jamaica Scorpions. Marquino Mindley, 8 overs, 25 runs, 1 wicket, 35 dots. Nicholson Gordon, 5 overs, 2 wickets. He's the pick of the bowlers, 18 runs and 21 dot balls. Derval Green, 4 overs, no wickets, 9 runs, 21 dots. And Alwyn Williams, 2 overs, conceding 9 runs and bowling some 7 dots. 9 extras offered by the Jamaica Scorpions. 4 of the wickets, 17 for 1, 24 for 2, and 54 for 3. This time a shortish delivery, and De Silva just punches it out to Paul Palmer.
So it's going to be Derval Green operating from the southern end.
Mindley, 3 slips and a gully, awaits. This time a quick single, pressure on the fielders. Good running by Joshua De Silva and Yannick Karaya.
Excellent running. And it's important to keep that score ticking over with those singles. Because what it does with the left hand, right hand combination, it means to say that the bowler has to adjust his line, his length, whenever there's a rotation of the strike. And also, the field has to change over whenever the rotation takes place.
Yes, and immediately we can see that fielder sent back onto the deep square leg fence. Fine leg fielder a bit wider as well. And we see the employment of the short leg fielder again. So they're going to take Yannick Karaya off his comfort zone here. They're going to dish him up some short deliveries. That one on the body, and the Karaya can't do much with it, just playing it back to the bowler, no run.
But it seems to be a plan by the Jamaican bowlers to really go short where Yannick Karaya is concerned.
Yes.
They must have seen some kind of weakness that they want to explore.
Yes, here is Mindley again. This one short, pulled away by Karaya. Will he be out? Leroy locked down there at fine leg, misjudging that one. And I think Mindley, hands on hips. He's disappointed in that effort down there from Leroy Log. The trap was set, Anil. And how easily Karaya could have been dismissed.
Yeah, he played into the hands of Mindley on this occasion, Vishal. Going for the hook shot and not being in control at all.
Yes, well, immediately Joshua De Silva has a chat with Yannick Karaya. Joshua De Silva taps and awaits Marquino Mindley. This time short again, pulled away. Forward off a square leg. He has some work to do there. And looking for 3. And not interested is Yannick Karaya and Joshua De Silva. So they would accept 2. 73 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just approaching the end of 2 20 overs in this innings.
So it's going to be Da Silva receiving from Minley.
Time short on the body.
Beaten for peace on this occasion is Joshua Da Silva.
Yes, so that completes 20 overs of the Red Force innings. They are 73 for 3 in response to 141 set by the Jamaica Scorpions. And we are going to just take a short break for the drinks break. And shortly after that, you'll hear the voices of Ronnie Bikram Das and Vinod Mamchan.
Durval Green running in from the northern end, and everything was not right. And he did the right thing, pulling out just to ensure that everything is well organized with him before he delivers. Let me say a very good evening to Ronnie Bikram Das. And Ronnie is familiar. The conditions are lovely. And Ronnie is very familiar with the conditions at the Brandar Cricket Academy because he lives just opposite the academy in a very posh area. This is a delivery that's short, and luckily for Correa, he didn't get hold of that. Had he gotten hold of that, that could have landed in the fielder's lap down a deep backward square. In fact, it just dropped short, and he was able to get one. I'm looking at John Campbell at the first slip. He dropped to the ground. Really couldn't believe that one didn't carry. Good afternoon, Ronnie.
Good afternoon, Vidun, and good afternoon to all our viewers out there. Again, pleasure being here to do commentary with you. As usual, Mr. Mamchan.
Yes, Professor. Here is the oval green. A good delivery just back of a length, and Da Silva just pushing it on the offside. And a keen match in the making. You know, Ronnie, as Jeffrey Boycott used to always say on commentary, you add 2 wickets to the current situation, and that gives you a representation of where the match really is at. So Trinidad and Tobago, the 74 for 3, add 2 wickets to that, it could easily be 74 for 5, and that 141 would start to look big. A lot depends on Da Silva.
Yeah, definitely. As he plays this one, another quick single there by Da Silva. So as was mentioned before, a very good run in between this pair, and that's what is required at now. Nice rotation of the strike, get the singles. It's a left and right hand combination there at the moment, so it will always present something different for the bowler. So he has to change his line and length for each bowler.
You sound like a coach there, Mr. Bikram Das. It's going to be green outside the off stump, a bit too wide. And you can just look across our screen. Out there is very dry. A lot of dust, Ronnie. You can actually see it coming from the previous pitch, the pitch that the World Cup was played, the last World Cup match was played on. And you can see it's just dusting out there. First day dusting doesn't really read well for later on in the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to get drier as the game proceeds.
This one keeps low. We have been saying that on that end, balls are keeping low a lot. And the green is the right type of bowler. You mentioned earlier on in the commentary, he's a skiddy type bowler. He's the right type of bowler for this track. Just staying there and about.
Yes, and he gets the ball, as you say, to nip away from the right-hander into the left-hander. So Correa has to be very careful of that one coming back into him and even keeping low. That will present a different dynamic in terms of the pads coming into play, LBW, bold. So it brings a lot of means of getting out to the Jamaican bowler, Devil Green.
I think Da Silva is doing the right thing. He's just looking to rotate the strike, keep things moving along. Look to disturb the bowler in that way. Here's green. Short outside the off stump. That's not going to trouble anyone. And Green walks up to Correa as if he's this huge fast bowler. He's shorter than Correa. Yeah, they're smiling out there. I think Correa is probably telling himself, I can't believe this guy. It's the end of the over, 75 for 3.
Yes, again, a good over, a nice testing over there by Green. As you can see, the scorecard so far for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Da Silva, he's not out on 25, and Yannick Correa on 3. The batsman 2 out. Keegan Simmons for 11, Imran Khan for 9, a makeshift opener, and Jason Mohammed for 22.
Mohammed 22 of 28 looked good, but then he was cleaned up, and it's put Trinidad and Tobago in a spotter border that Da Silva will have to try and dig them out. At the moment, very prolific is Josh Da Silva. This one comes back into him, but he was doing the right thing. He was on the front foot.
Yes, exactly, and that's what is required. And mainly there was appealing for LBW for I don't know what reason, but he is into a very good spell here for his team. And as you mentioned, that wicket of Jason Mohammed, he really worked Jason Mohammed over with the short ball. And because of that, Jason Mohammed was hanging on the back foot, and he did pitch that 1-on-1 and got and bowled him. So it was very good bowling by Minley.
So one is worked away down behind square. Again, tailing back into the silver. So the silver and the Karaya in there at the moment, and I think the silver has found an able ally in Karaya. They would have played a lot of cricket together for Queen's Park, and the Karaya is another one who takes his time and goes about his business. He's going to put a heavy price on his wicket. This is what Trinidad and Tobago needs. I think you don't want to be batting twice ideally on this track, especially if you're batting last.
Correct.
So it gives greater importance to the first innings.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. Seeing what is happening here at the first day, you wouldn't really want to be batting last on this track.
Sam, it's worked away just past short leg. Again, the rotation comes into effect, and this is what is important. I think shot selection, Ronnie, will be key towards the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, this is what is required. Build a partnership at the moment. And De Silva and Yannick Correa is doing that at the moment. They're building a wonderful partnership. It's on to 19. It's not huge at the moment. But it is what that is required at the moment for the Red Force.
Mindley, who is on the Cricket West Indies selectors radar. Delivery outside the off stump there, and the silver continues to show restraint, to show patience. So at the end of that over, they just score 77 for 3. We take a short break. It's green to continue, and Karaya just noodles this. So I think, Ronnie, you're seeing it working out here already with the left-right combination and the frequency in which these guys are rotating the strike. You could see even Derval Green, his line is now going astray a bit.
Yeah, definitely, because remember, for the right-hander, he's going to get the ball to go away. And he's hanging that one outside the off stump. So for the left-hander, if he doesn't get it enough outside the off stump, it's going to be coming into the pads of the left-hander, and Yannick Correa is going to flick that away in the onside any time of the day for a single.
Which is what you saw just now. Again, there goes the rotation. This is key. This could be very, very important as we head towards the evening period. It's just about 1 minute to 5. We are going to do some overtime today because of the tardy over rate.
Yes, at this stage, the Jamaicans, they were 72 for 1. So they were ahead at this point.
Well done, Shannon. This is, again, Ronnie, just as you had explained previously, starting too straight. And Yannick Karai is going to pick him whole day. He's going to pick green until he gets right for those runs just behind square. Takes the score to 80.
Yes, you are quite correct. He may turn red at the end of the day, but it's exactly what Yannick Correa would be doing. Anytime he's on that part, he's going to work that ball and get a single and rotate the strike, put pressure on the bowler.
So one keeps low again. We continue to have that problem at the southern end, and Silva just exaggerating it a bit there, and it goes through. Your point, and for any of the youngsters who are looking at this stream, and we know a number of youngsters are looking on, they're commenting. Your point, I think, has been proven. The point of the strike rotation, the left-right, you're seeing it. You're seeing what you said come to fruition in this passage of play. That's a good delivery that comes back into the Silva. Would have been an excellent delivery to a left-hander, although it was still a good delivery to the Silva. But that was Karaya's call. He saw that one go down to the vacant backward square region. I was able to come through for the single.
Yeah, and again, the Silva playing on the front foot this time. So the previous delivery, yes, it kept low, but he was on the back foot, and it was difficult for him to play. The fact that the ball kept low, the fact that he's on the front foot for the last ball, he was able, even though it kept low and it came in a bit, he was still able to play it properly, and he got a single. There you go, Yannick Correa playing on the front foot. It kept a bit low, but he was able to get the bat down in time.
Once you're on the front foot, you're closer to the ground. So the bat was able to come down, as you rightly said, quickly, and he just plays it away back along the track. So this is the match summary at the moment. TNT trail by 60 runs, with Jamaica getting 141 early on, and the TNT responding on 81 for 3. So there's a change of bowling at the far end, which is the southern end. It seems as if Gordon is coming back. Yes, it is. So the Silva and Karai will get a little pace on the ball now. Gordon probably the quicker of the three seamers.
And pace on the ball should help the batsman here a bit. The Silva in particular, the more attacking, aggressive batsman, and straight away you saw him driving that one back to the bowler.
Gordon has been impressive. 2 wickets for him. He was able to send back skipper Imran Khan. Leg before, although Imran indicated that he had gotten an inside edge, and some of the spectators were actually saying that was going down the leg side. And then he bowled a beautiful delivery that disturbed the timbers of Keegan Simmons.
Yes, that was an excellent spell of him. From him, 5 overs, 2 for 18. That was an excellent opening boost that really set the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting line back. And now the middle order has to do the work for them. Yes, it's not a huge total, 142. They still trail by 60 runs, which is not much. But the bowling for the Jamaica is making that 140 look like 250 at the moment.
Yeah, credit to the Jamaican bowlers. They've come out there and they've really stuck to their task. They're making this, as you said, this 141 look much bigger than it is. The pitch is not helping, I can add to that. And Trinidad and Tobago's batsmen will need to play very carefully, be very watchful, and just look to inch away at that innings of 100, first innings of 141.
Yeah, and it's smart cricket too by the Jamaicans in using the bowlers at the right end. If you look, Gordon bowling from the southern end, where you get a little more bounce and pace. You had Minley bowling from the southern end, where you get that little extra bounce and pace. And these guys use a shorter ball very effectively.
Of course, Green just hitting the right areas from the northern end down to the southern end. And we know that those deliveries have been keeping low. Tidy over, Maiden.
And just to emphasize that point, we saw Minley had opened the bowling from the northern end, and they immediately switched him over to the southern end where he can utilize that bounce and pace.
Gordon has bowled 6, 2 for 18, Minley 10, 1 for 35. 6 overs to Green, Derval Green, and Williams. He's had the 2 overs, none for 9. So we're beyond 5 o'clock now, and still 14 overs to go. So we see how that goes. Like these days, normally it holds up well. As I said before, Ronnie, you're from this area. It'll probably hold up till about 6:30, I think. We would not be here at 6:30, but
yeah, definitely it's pretty bright until after 6. A couple of days I walk outside and I was like, okay, is it 4 o'clock? But when I look at the time, it's actually after 6. So yes, we will have good light or enough light to finish the 14 overs that is remaining, but the time would be the factor. Yeah.
this time Karad just leans back. He allows that one to come on to him. Just gets that extra split second to pick his area. And he's able to come back for 2. Given your experience, Ronnie, as a coach, as a commentator, a man who would have seen so much cricket at this venue over the last few years, looking at that track, what do you think could be a handy first innings lead? As this one beats everything and it goes down to the boundary. Let's wait on the umpire. Buys. So that's a fortunate 4 for Trinidad and Tobago. They'll take it anyhow they get it. What do you think will be a good first innings lead on this track?
Considering the way it's playing, starts to keep low already. We're only in the first day. You would be looking for less than 100 runs lead. Bare minimum. Because you don't want to be batting on last on this wicket. So you'd be looking to get a huge first inning total, probably 150 to 200 runs lead, and give yourself enough time to try and bowl Jamaica out. So, and even let's say, okay, you give yourself 150, 200 runs. That's enough leeway to play. If Jamaica makes more than 200, it wouldn't be much more, and the chase wouldn't be that difficult.
I totally agree with that point. Seeing that I have you answering questions, I will engage you in a topic that has taken the cricket world by storm, and it's much talked about, and that's the resignation of Justin Langer. I know you're very close to what is happening in Australian cricket. And sometimes, we go about criticizing our local board here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and the Cricket West Indies for the way things are handled. But you see how this situation played out in Australia. Give us your thoughts on how it was handled.
Well, that's really putting me in the hot seat here. But
Australia.
That's true. T20 world champions.
And before you say it, I would say Australia retained the Ashes 4-0. But then something big came after. Don't leave that delivery outside the off stump, Mr. Bikram Das. Let's have a discussion. Gordon in the meantime. And that's Karai walking into the shot.
Well, yes, I think it was handled not correctly by the board. Justin Langer, yes, he did a very good job in terms of winning the T20 World Cup, in terms of winning the Ashes 4-0, and even before that, right, the couple series. So he was expecting a good extension, probably a couple of years or so at least. But they just give him 6 months. So, I mean, that's really a shot in the dark, really. That's a low blow. After doing so well, you just giving me 6 months. So basically, you're telling him, we're giving you the World Cup. And after the World Cup, depend on how you perform or the team perform, then we'll see, okay, if we'll give you another extension or so forth. Right? Which is, I mean, not really too good. I think they should have given him at least an opportunity, a year or two again, to see what he can do. And then, okay, if things not working out, you do what any other team do, sack the coach.
I understand. It reminds me, takes me back to a situation that Brian Lara found himself in when he was made captain on a match-by-match basis for the West Indies. And that was against Australia back in 1999, I believe. This delivery jumps at Karaya. And again, that excessive bounce from one end and lack thereof from the other end, causing problems. In 1999, Brian Lara was made captain on a match-by-match basis. And that was not an easy thing to accept. But he did accept it. And he did show that he was worthy of leading the team at the time. I know current CWI president Ricky Skerritt was the manager of the team. And that must not have been easy for Skerritt to help motivate those players to play under Brian Lara. Lara accepted it, and he was able to fight through. And West Indies did enjoy a good series against the Australians, with Lara himself leading from the front.
Well, I must say, Lara do enjoy a good series against Australia.
Yeah.
He always have a good series against Australia.
Well, I noticed your fellow Australian, the man from Victoria, who is sitting way to the left. This is a good shot. And one more. So these two continue to rotate the strike here. Yeah, your good friend from Victoria, whilst he was speaking, he was disagreeing with you. So pretty soon we will have him on, and he will give his take on what transpired down in Australia. But it just goes to show that we are presented with situations, and it's all how we deal with it. And this is trying to be good scorecard coming up here now. Da Silva is on 29, 22 to Mohammed. He's out. Karaya 10. So partnership in the making, 32. And these two looking to just eat away at that first innings total of 141. So it just goes to show how you deal with situation, different perspectives. But there's a dangerous undercurrent that I'm seeing that, if not checked, could prove the downfall of Australian cricket. This is swept away down behind square, and that is giving the players too much of a say in terms of who is in charge of them.
Well, that is a problem I think all teams have. In terms of the players, they want to dictate pretty much how the team works, how the team runs, what needs to be done and whatnot. And it goes against the fact that you put a management team in place for that. That's what they call the backroom staff, as they would say. They are the ones who really dictate how it's going to run, what is going to happen. Yes, the captain will have his say, being the captain of the team. But the point in putting them in charge is for them to make those decisions. Why the players want to have that authority when your job is to go out there, perform, score runs, take wickets, win matches.
And we saw something happen in India as well. And from the moment Ravi Sastry was out of the picture, I was telling myself Virat Kohli will follow. So, again, it backs up your point of management systems. You put a management system in place to deal with situations that may arise from time to time with different teams and different players. And you tend to then, they should be isolated to an extent from the leadership of the team. So you don't find when a coach goes, the captain goes. And that is where it comes in. Just as we were speaking, a national security helicopter was hovering just around the ground and probably taking a peek into what's happening here. TNT trail by 50 runs. But the Jamaicans poor with the bat today. Blackwood got 44, top score 44. He was dropped on 3 occasions.
Yes, and he made the Trinidad Tobago Red Force pay for a few, not for long, but he did make them pay. That's
again, that bounce on this side, the Silver just riding it down to backward point, and that gone just to the left or right of a backward point, that would have screamed into the boundary.
And the Silver here, he's really settled into his inning. He's batting really well. His shot selections is really good at the moment, as you mentioned, right in the bounce of that one. And looking to get onto the front foot every chance or every opportunity. So he realized the mistake he made early on by hanging on the back foot, and he's now into his innings, really into his work, getting on the front foot, trying, I should say, to get onto the front foot as much as possible to negate that low bounce.
Well, he did this so beautifully in Bangladesh, when he did so well for the West Indies in that Test series win. This one is uppishly but safely. He understands that there is no one at short mid-wicket. So TNT just inching along. I think at this point in time they are definitely on top. They're 92 for 3 in response of 141.
Wonderful partnership of 34 from 71 deliveries.
From the Queen's Park pair. I think when you look at Trinidad and Tobago's national senior team, I find myself saying the Queen's Park pair. I could be saying that quite a lot during this innings because Queen's Park, they have so many players on the national setup. This is played away on the onside. Queen's Park, one of the most famous of clubs in the Caribbean. And if I look at the TNT squad, of Carrie Pear, he's from Queen's Park. Joshua De Silva, he's also from Queen's Park. Terence Hines, another Parkite. Jeremy Solozano, he plays for Queen's Park. Anderson Phillip, he's from Queen's Park. Keegan Simmons, you guessed it, he's from Queen's Park. Jayden Seals, he plays at the Oval, that's Queen's Park. Jid Gooley, he plays for Queen's Park. Isaiah Raja, he plays for Queen's Park. Jason Mohammed, he plays for Power Gen. Kirsten Kalicharan, he plays for Queen's Park. Yannick Karaya, he plays for Queen's Park. Brian Charles, he plays for Queen's Park. Comets. Shannon Gabriel, he plays for Queen's Park. And skipper Imran Khan. Comets, but now he's with Central Sports. He's played a great deal of his career at Charleville, but now he's at... And the coach of the team, David Fulong, is also a Parkite.
The analyst.
The analyst as well is from Queen's Park. The manager is from Mary Boys. I want to play for Queen's Park.
Well, we got word the physio is also from Queen's Park.
Well, take nothing away from Queen's Park. They've still Trinidad and Tobago's cricket well, and a number of players find themselves going to Queen's Park primarily because of the work of Brian Davis in refining players, and also David Furlong, and the venue, the facilities. But Jason Mohammed has been with PowerGen for quite a while. He left on a brief visit to TN Tech and then came back. And Samuel Badri, though, is one player who played just for one club throughout his career, and that was PowerGen. Then there were the likes of Gregory Mahabir, who played for Clark Road, went across to PowerGen. He's back at Clark Road now. So some players have served clubs for their entire career without moving. And then there are some players who move every Friday. This is played quietly. It's 92 for 3. But you're a pre-sal, man. And pre-sal would have suffered a lot when coming to that.
Yeah, definitely. At one point, we had lost Ravi Rampal, Dinesh Ramden, all those guys who really build the club from the under 15 level coming up, and they all left at one point in time. So most clubs suffer from that, where the good players, they tend to travel towards the I didn't want to say better clubs, but other clubs.
And they want to continue playing at that division, that Premiership division. That last delivery came on with the arm and created a little problem for the Silver, but he was able to still get a single, 93 for 3. Yet, guys think that if they're not playing at the Premiership level, they would not gain the attention of the national selection panel. And that helps shift players around as well.
Yeah, definitely. Because they all want that opportunity to play for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they will align themselves with particular clubs to get that opportunity.
Yeah, and you can't blame the player. In fact, it's Merchant. Is he a spin merchant, Ronnie?
Seem to be.
Well, I'm looking at him when he runs in as if he's running up to fight. It's not a smooth approach at all.
He's a big character.
You would not want to meet him in an alley.
He has a run up similar to Shane Shillingford.
Yes. Shane Shillingford from Dominica.
I remember when they came to play Trinidad and Tobago here, I can't remember what year it was. He bowled all day from that southern end.
He was trying to get the authorities to name that end after him. So we decided to name it the Palmaria end.
Well, he was going competition with Imran Khan. Imran Khan was bowling from the northern end for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So he bowled all day from one end, and for the Red Force, the northern end, and Shillingford bowled all day from the southern end for the Windwards.
Talk about locking up an end.
I think Imran Khan, he got 7 or 8 wickets. And Shillingford, I think he got about 6 wickets as well.
Well, Ronnie, even if you bowl whole day, you'll get a bag full of wickets.
I don't have to bowl all day to get a bag full of wickets.
Well, if you play against George Village on a regular basis, I can understand that. 93 for 3. The Jamaicans have bowled 30 overs so far, and just 8 overs to go before the end of today's play. The shadows are already lengthening across the pitch. So you have half of the pitch a different shade from the other. So if you're Karaya and you're facing at this point in time from Hati is actually bowling out of the sun and is coming into the shade. That could also produce something of a discomfort.
Yes, it will. It will be a bit of a discomfort for the batsman. At this stage, the Jamaican, they were 88 for 3. So a good partnership, a good fight back here by the Red Force.
Silva is pushing out. We'll wait on the umpire's signature. His signal. And he's going to. Well, the Silver started to run. Did it go? I think it's all confusing out there. Buys now, 4 buys.
Well, it did. The Silver was waiting to see if it would go, but Karaya was telling him to run. So in the end, it did go into the boundary, and they eventually got 4 buys. Yeah. I've seen it.
Silva probably thinking that he should have swept at that one. So it's the end of that over. And Silva is calling for a rag or something of the sort just to wipe his face. He's doing a good job at the moment. The Silva is on 32 and the Karaya 11. His partnership is 40 at the moment. So it's going to be from the southern end. Log to continue. In fact, it's Merchant. That one nearly slipped through. That was a quick delivery. And Karaya was a bit tentative on that occasion. So 98 for 3 at the moment. So it's a Merchant around the wicket. And lovely sliding stop there at mid-wicket. So both players just looking to close up shop here this afternoon. I think Trinidad and Tobago in a strong position at this point in time. They'll want to just hang in there for the next 5-6 overs or so and come tomorrow and look to continue their good work. This time he's back and cuts. Can't beat the offside field. Kara has been in there for 47 deliveries, scoring 11, but that's not important at this point in time. This presents a different challenge. This track. So that's the end of that over. The end of 32 is 98 for 3.
Yes, so just taking a look at the Jamaican bowling. And remember, wickets falling at 17, 24 and 58. So a wonderful partnership thus far of 40. That's really changed the tide here of this match. This partnership really would dictate. The longer they stay there, the more the match will go in the favor of the Red Force.
Trying to force this one. He has to be careful because mid-on is waiting for that uppish drive. Four short leg cuts away the angle if he's trying to go mid-wicket. And then there's also a straightish mid-on. Beaten. Beautiful delivery on that occasion there by Harty. Da Silva has a word there with Karaya. He settles and waits again.
Harty is really keeping things tight here. He's into his 5th over, only conceding 6 runs. So he's really bowling a nice tidy line and length. He's getting a bit of drift, not much turn as such, but that line and length on that middle and off stump is making life difficult for the batsman.
Yeah, well, he's keeping it tight. He's building pressure. Well, we've now crossed the 5:30 mark. We could be starting earlier tomorrow. So he's back off the back foot, crashes it into silly mid-off. The umpire is walking forward. Let's wait and see. That's it. That's the end of the day's play. They reached the cut-off period of 5:30. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 98 for 3, sorry, in response to 141 scored by the Jamaicans who won the toss. Just to quickly run through the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard. Keegan Simmons was bowled by Gordon for 11. Imran Khan used today as an opener because of an injury to Isaiah Raja. He was leg before to Gordon for 9. Joshua Da Silva is still there on 32 not out. Jason Mohammed looked good while he was there, but he fell to Mindley for 22. Yannick Karaya has forged a partnership of 40 with Da Silva. He's on 11. Extras 13, the total 98 for 3. So the bowling now, Mindley 1 for 35 of 10. He was good. Gordon was also impressive. 8 overs, 2 for 21. Durval Green was tight. 6 overs, none for 15. Williams 2 overs, none for 9. Harty 5 overs, none for 6. He built a lot of pressure towards the back end. And Merchant bowled his 2 overs, had 2 maidens. So the TNT Red Force, they've faced 33 overs. They are 98 for 3. And remember, this is in response to 141 made by the Scorpions, who won the toss and decided to take a full strike. TNT trail by 43 runs. We want to thank you for being with us today on day one of this West Indies 4-day championship match between the Scorpions and the Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And remember, tomorrow you can join us at around 9:30 in the morning, as we are due to have an early start because of the 5 overs that they would have lost today. So from all of us at Rodeo Communications Cricket 360, good afternoon and goodbye.